Alright. Here we are. Gone after the goddamn key fragments of the Shadow Lord's castle a third time. So as a heads up, I have been a little busy with playing the game. Got, did some side stuff. Got the 2 broken pottery I needed. As well as quite a few of the items I needed from the adult size magic spear and mage. And as you can see, I also did a little bit of leveling. Only got 3 levels so far. Not only that, but I also got some weapons high level now. So we've got Blade of Treachery. I haven't read that. I finally got Earthworm's Claw done. That was one I was dreading having to try and do. But no, I also have all of the Fool's weapons completed as well. Got Captain's Holy Spear done. So we'll start off by reading a few weapon stories. We'll start off with this one. An elderly scholar sits in the dim reference room of a mouldy museum. Before him lies a single box, which has long been sealed away. It is an article the museum's previous curator made abundantly clear should never be opened. Sorry about that, I wanted to take a sip of my drink. It said the box contains a fossil that drinks the blood of humans. What foolishness! One would think we as a people would have outgrown such nonsense. Only someone who spends all their life surrounded by books could possibly believe such preposterous superstition. He opens the box, which spits forth a cloud of dust, and beholds a single stone of bizarre shape. Looking at the attached handle, one could easily conclude it was used in some manner of ceremony. However, it could also be viewed as a weapon. And what a fascinating shape! Yes, this will require rigorous research indeed. How foolish everyone was to be afraid of something like this. The scholar chuckles softly to himself as he reaches up and gouges out his own eye with the fossil's tip. Well, that definitely took a turn in the bazaar. Where is it? I think we did that one, yeah. The guy who wanted to live forever. Where is it? Blade of Treachery, we'll do this one next. The sisters were puppets of complex machinery. So fine was their construction that any who laid eyes on them assumed they were human in every way. They were the embodiment of man's greatest technological achievements. They walked like humans, ate like humans, laughed like humans. The one thing they could not do, however, was shed tears, for they were not designed in that way. Because the sisters were machines, they felt nothing. Oh, they might mourn as humans did, but they experienced no true sadness, for they did not know what sadness was. Even when their friends perished in tragic accidents and their creator died of disease, they felt nothing. To the sisters, all it meant was that those people no longer existed. It was a warm spring's day when a lone cat wandered into their home. It was a scrawny, filthy thing riddled with disease. What a bother, the sisters thought as they looked down at the wretched creature. But they fed it milk, wiped it clean, and kept it warm. And soon the cat was all well again. From that day forth, it would linger wherever the sisters were, brushing against their legs when it wanted food. If it caught a mouse, it would bring it back to boast its prowess. If it wanted love, it would cry out to them in a mewling voice. What a bother, the sisters thought. It was a cold winter's day when the cat came into their house, let out a feeble squeak and died. Time and again did the younger sister shake the cat's body, Time and again did the elder sister call out to it, but the cat neither moved nor responded. In that moment, the sisters felt as though they felt something break deep inside their chests. From that day forth, they truly felt nothing at all. Anyway, now we can start reading the full stuff. I was saved from the despair that shackled me. I was freed from the fate that cursed me. I was pacified from the indignation that plagued me. I was changed by the day I met you. My flames will scorch the earth below. My fangs will know the taste of blood. My claws will rend my enemies asunder. My wings will soar the skies above. If your eyes are to be robbed of their light, if your skin is to be stained with blood, if your sword is too heavy a burden, if your lips can no longer produce sound, even if this body is snuffed out, even if these words are stolen, until our contract is complete, until the moment this warmth is lost. Now we'll go with Falls the Chord, since I have realised that, yeah, no, this is actually Angelis' second form from Drakengard. This is the story of a sorrowful prince, a tale of a kingdom in a time long past. Attacked by the forces of darkness, the nation was annihilated in a single night by inhuman soldiers with red eyes and a group of black dragons so numerous they blotted out the sky. Oh, pardon me. Having infiltrated the king's castle, the black dragons visited upon the king and queen a most horrible fate. It is said that their stomachs were torn open by the black dragon's mighty claws, and the very floor they stood upon became a sea of blood. The prince and princess, though wrecked with sorrow, escaped to live another day. The prince, spurred by the shock of witnessing his parents' tragic end, became consumed by a desire to enact vengeance. This is the story of a terrifying prince, a history of a conflict in the long ago. Obsessed with laying low his hated enemies, the prince indulges in his vengeance day after day after day. Even when faced with foes who take heel, he chases them down and tears them apart from groin to gullet. The carnage is so horrific, his fellow soldiers whisper tales of how they saw him mutilating bodies that are already long dead. Perhaps because no commander can control him, the prince is sent to an even harsher battle. This is the story of a fooled prince, the whereabouts of fate in the long ago. The prince's next battlefield is a castle that guards a goddess. He lays waste to all before him. Oh, hi Path, hope you're well. I'm so sick today. I had a stomach pain for 8 hours to 2 AM and now I'm up early studying medical terms. My god. Oh, that sucks. Honestly, like, being ill, being horribly ill, barely getting any sleep, and then like, time to learn medical stuff. While sleep deprived and that, just know I do not envy you. I do not envy you. I'm hoping my streams can be good background noise for you. Anyway. Oh yeah. The prince's next battlefield is the castle that guards the goddess. He lays waste to all before him, hacking arms, cleaving legs, rending stomachs, gouging eyes, separating heads from shoulders. But soon the injured prince can no longer tell the difference between the blood that rains down and that which comes from his own wounds, and he collapses in a heap. As he writhes in pain, coughing up gouts of hot blood, he lifts his gaze and sees a hated dragon standing before him. This is the story of a mad prince, a meeting with a dragon in the long ago. An injured red dragon stands before the prince, and though it is a different colour than the beast that killed his parents, he feels the need to avenge himself upon it regardless. But as he raises his weapon, the dragon says, "In exchange for both our souls, human, I will save your life and grant you power." After some thought, the prince makes the pact. It matters not to him what he might lose in the deal, or that it involves a dragon. All he cares about is that he can continue swinging his blade, so he swings and swings and swings, and with each blow, his heart fills with a desire as black as the deepest night. this entire part is about Kime. I would assume, what is it? Fool's Embrace is Angelus singing or like talking. Fool's Accord is a story about Kime. And I have already read this. I've already read all of them ahead of time because I couldn't help myself. This one is all memoirs. Memoir, June 6, 2003, approximately 1500. A massive white humanoid, initially called The Weapon but since renamed The Giant, falls from the sky above Tokyo's Shinjuku ward, inflicting tremendous damage at the same time. A large red creature, henceforth referred to as the Dragon, appears and engages the Giant in combat. Though both the nature of its attacks and their utility remain unclear. As the self-defense force contemplates methods by which they might attack the target, the government establishes a bureau of emergency countermeasures. Memoir, June 12, 2003, approximately 1600. The Giant, which was locked in combat with the Dragon, suddenly begins to collapse for some reason. The Dragon is then shot down by the 6th Division, 303rd Squadron of the Air Self-Defense Force. No official record exists of who issued the attack to the Dragon. Work has begun to retrieve the remains of both the Giant and the Dragon, but no official verification has ever been made regarding which organization performed the retrieval. Although I just realised I forgot to check audio to see whether or not it's staticky in that. Just give me a moment. Gonna have a little. Nope, sounds fine. Sounds all fine. Sounds good. Anyway. Yeah, so, yeah, retrieval. Memoir, December 2003. The first case of white chlorination syndrome is confirmed in Tokyo Shinjuku ward. Memoir, July 2004. Humans continue to turn violent due to white chlorination syndrome, with fighting growing increasingly intense in infected regions, with the cause of the disease still unclear. The affected are isolated and violent riots suppressed by force. Main thoroughfares are sealed and rail transportation is halted, later leading to all of Shinjuku being sealed off. At this time, the prospect of asking the American military for non-official intervention is considered, but the government defers. Meanwhile, research begins on meso particles obtained from the Giant and the Dragon, as well as on countermeasures for white chlorination syndrome. This research ultimately leads to the founding of Project Gestalt a decade later. And that's all of that. Oh, I forgot this is done now. Shield left hanging on the wall was covered in dust. The blade left in its scabbard had rusted over. The techniques I hadn't used were forgotten. The body I was to train was left to grow soft. I had lost the will to practice discipline. I thought things would end without a single word said. I pretended not to see violence inflicted by others. I had given up, assuming things would never change. I believed there was no way to oppose such a great power. I sneered at hearts that tried to believe anyway. I laughed, thinking them brainless fools. Those were the thoughts I had taken refuge in. I had given up, believing nothing was possible in the end. I lamented the foolishness and ugliness of it all. My life had lost all meaning. I had lost sight of those who were precious to me. I could not believe in their kindness. I was unable to save them from the grief that tore at their hearts. I had forgotten the courage it takes to protect the smallest of joys. I believe my words would never reach you. I don't think I read these long, terrifying East. Oh no, we've read that one. Time Will, we read that. Phoenix, no. Labyrinth, Thor, we read that. Yeah, so they're all done. Oh, well, I haven't read all of these yet because we got this one. The captain tramples life under his feet. The screams of others transform into songs of joy. Flowing tears change from despair into darkness. Conflict beckons revenge, gives and gives way to new solitude. Oh nice, you got all the weapons. How many left have you got to upgrade? How many have I got left to upgrade? Let me have a look.
No sense. That would buy. What can I help you with?
Oh yeah, also, you know that sheep mission where I have to like use the ball to run into all the sheep? Turns out that's part of my final reward for completing the world of the recycled vessel. I found out. Oh no, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. And most of it is just needing pyrite, black pearl amber, or subdued bracelet, or in this case, giant egg. The most of it is metal piercings and subdued bracelets, which I get from the magic using shades in the desert, the ones that fly around. Oh, and also black pearls, which I have to look up to see where I get. But no, I'd mainly just been running around a bunch, just grinding. I would go back to Emil's 15,559 XP left. I also have like I did get over 1 million XP at one point. I mean, not XP, gold at one point. So I've done that achievement. So I don't have to worry about trying to sell stuff anymore. Black Pearl, rare drop at Harvest Point in Seafront. Good luck. Damn. It's gonna be hard to try and oh yeah, Autumn, I don't know if you saw my message that I put in the Discord general chat, but yeah, it turns out I got my weeks mixed up. It's not this week, it's next week that I'm not gonna be around to stream. Next weekend, not this weekend. I messed up. I forgot my days. Luckily, I have reminders in that on when it actually is. I'd forget my own head if it wasn't attached to my shoulders. No, I feel like the hardest thing for me to get is most likely going to be pyrite, because the best way to try and get pyrite is to keep going through the third door in the recycled world, or the diary. Turns out it is actually abbreviated as recycled world, or the diary. But honestly, the best place for me to get things like the Damascus steel I got was in the diary. So I might just have to go through the diary for it. But no, I'm going to quickly just run my way to Seafront. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Also, I've put the 30% EXP rate on Fool's Lament, mainly because I'm not really needing item drops as much, especially for this part of the game where I've got to progress the story a bit in order to get what I need. A girl in the village came to talk to me. She was upset about how loud and annoying her dad is. I wish I was faster at reading, or I wish the loading screens were slower, just so I could read it. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you, but I also have my first pink flower now. So once that finally dies and I can get the seeds from it, I can plant 5 pink flowers and then grow them. And I also saw that to get what is it? White, it's pink and indigo. So since I've got both Or no, is it pink and indigo? Yeah, I think it's pink and indigo. Not too sure. I'll look it up, but yeah, it's pretty much gonna be much easier for me to get stuff or to do that now because I've finally grown the flower. You have to say.
But he sure seemed to enjoy your company.
What raw materials did you sell? I think I need.
If you
It might be that I'll have to progress the story so that this ship isn't here anymore, so I have like a chance to get gathering points here. Yeah, instead of trying to get the black pearls now, I may as well try and progress through the story a bit more. I'm so happy I figured out that I can counter those attacks. Definitely makes fighting these things a lot easier because now I know I don't have to dodge them when they, or like dodge when they do their roll attack. I can actually counter it. Oh, why'd you knock him away? Why'd you knock it away? I don't have to fight these things, but I want to because another thing I want to try and do is max out my level, and also fighting more shades gives me more opportunities to get any words I might be missing that could be literally anywhere. Ow. Also, I did a bit of research for, what is it? Nier Automata, and I found out that, and I believe there's one ending that I won't be able to get on stream. Because there's a special triangle ending tied to the, like, DLC, like, paid DLC for Nier Automata. But I won't be able to do it on stream because apparently it's a music video. And that essentially makes it impossible for me to stream that. For obvious reasons. I'm surprised they haven't fixed this in 5 years.
Shades are a common sight in
Like, you would think they would have gone out of their way to fix that gate now after 5 years. Apparently it just must not have been that important for them to try and fix. They were too drunk. Yeah, they were probably all too drunk to fix it. Devil and Popper were probably drinking too much to actually get people to go fix it. Because while I've been playing, I've been seeing diary entries. There you go. Just to prove I'm not lying. This one pink flower. Finally, I have acquired it. There's a diary entry written by Yona about Devila coming along with what she called Hooch. And after drinking, she starts meowing like a cat. Which makes me believe it's alcohol. She literally brings alcohol round Nier's house while he's away. And hangs out with goddamn Yona. It's like... Devila, she is a child. She's far too young to be drinking. How dare you bring alcoholic drinks round? And drink it in front of her. Madness. I don't know why I came here. There's nothing really here for me to do. I think it's just me trying to delay having to go to the Forest of Myth because I don't like the Forest of Myth. It's reading. Oh. Oh. I never knew words were area specific. I thought they were just all over the place. Yes. Yeah, the area specific. They're specifically to the Forest of Myth. And I don't like them. I don't like words. There we are, level 64. I can beat things up even more. But now that I'm reaching things like level 64 and that, I don't feel like I'm increasing in power anymore. Like, clearly the numbers are getting bigger, but... I don't really feel like I'm getting anywhere. Just scrolling down to see if I'm missing anything. No. Just wanted to make sure I have read all of them. Also, I even put on the Nier Automata soundtrack because since I have the Nier Automata DLC for Replicant, I can change the music to Automata music, which is what I did just so I had something different to listen to as I'm constantly running through this field, killing everything in the hopes I get the specific items I need. Then I would have tried to max out all of my weapons, but I just focused on the broken pottery and getting the full-on necklaces because unfortunately the subdued bracelets and that I can't get until I fight the flying shades, which is going to be a pain in the backside because I don't like fighting the flying shades because they fly. I can't hit them with my sword. Alright, boar hide. Ugh.
Oh, hello. How are things? Hmm? You want to know if anything unusual is happening?
Yes.
Well, I have been feeling a rather strange presence whenever I visit the Divine Tree.
The Divine Tree?
It's a legendary tree that exists in the heart of our village.
Did you investigate the cause of this presence?
Not really, no.
And why not?
Well, we're not really supposed to go near the tree, except for prayer.
And why is that?
I don't know. It's just how things have always been.
Weird.
So we go off to the Divine Tree to deal with it, and then we leave.
We are the grass, the trees, the woods.
Why do we seem to encounter nothing but odd people lately?
You should talk, Vice.
Ha! As if Grimoire Weiss is capable of spouting such nonsense.
Hang on. I don't think it's done.
Is the dark entity that governs all memories. May the words form themselves to your liking.
Does that mean it'll tell us what we want to know? That'd be nice.
I'm probably just going to skip through all this because I have already done this before. Just got to pay attention to the two stories. Because nothing really changes, so it's kind of hard to... Shit. $33. I saw that, so I've just got to win the 1 out of 3. What was the colour of eye? I don't know. I didn't see. This is gonna be tough. Okay. I'm gonna guess brown. Oh my god! I got it. That was a complete guess. $33. There we go. Yeah, that's done. Didn't really want to have to read through all of that because I did it twice before in Route A and B.
What in the...
Like, there's no point me going through it again for Route C.
I never realized shades were capable of rational thought.
I don't care if they can tap dance and play the fiddle. I just want to kill him without all this hassle.
With the tree defeated. Unless, of course, time itself.
Yeah, so this time itself rewinds, like we've done 2 times before to have to go through this part a third time.
Let's see if the junkie...
Either go back to the junkie, get that mission out of the way. Yeah, because I'm now just going to speed everything up now until I get to the point where I can start gathering. Or like hunting. Okay. I still want to hunt these broken earrings. Yeah, because I think there's still weapons I need broken earrings for. But for obvious reasons, I just haven't been paying attention. I just want to be sure. Plus it doesn't hurt, you know, getting a bit of extra XP, working my way up levels and that, getting stronger. I am actually quite upset now. I had to kill so many of them for broken earrings and forlorn necklaces, and now I'm getting them so much easier. I'm actually a little mad about it. I'm actually kind of mad. I swear, that's... I'm actually really mad now. It was taking me forever to find them. I'm actually really upset right now. God damn it. Why am I getting the stuff now? I swear, it's like life knows when I need an item, it just won't give it to me. But when I don't need it, it just hands it to me on a silver platter. I was half expecting that to be broken pottery, not with the game knowing full well I don't need it. Oh. I am actually really mad about that. Okay, at least that one didn't give me an item. Oh my god, I'm so upset about that. I had to split my time between going through the third door in the diary and leveling up and hunting for the upgrade materials I need just so I had something different to look at. At least the broken pottery hasn't shown up, because if I had gotten like 3 broken potteries, or even 1, I would be upset. If I got 1 on the first point I like gathered at, I would not be happy. Maybe the problem was I was using the item drop rate. Maybe I did need to use experience boost. You know, decrease my chance of getting the rare drop and increase my chance of getting the normal drops. Yeah, game's trolling me. It's trolling me and I'm not happy about it. Ugh. I'm gonna save my game so if I have to deal with the slowdown, I at least get to keep the stuff.
No sense in you waiting around. That would. By the way, what can I help you with?
I forgot to head back to the house to check. Oh, it's just subdued bracelets and metal piercings. And I'll still hold on to them just in case. You know, another level up or weapons like level 3 could or level 4 could need it. But I heard the music stutter there. Let me just have a little listen. Oh, we're good. Yeah, I heard the music like skip there. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't going staticky for everyone. Dented metal bat. Oh, those are old school books. love seeing how little damage Pinane and Meals do compared to me. Like, why do I do so much damage to them? Like, why can't they also get stronger? I'm gonna slow down with playing the game again once I get all the fragments, because I need to finish upgrading all my weapons and getting all of the words. Until then, I might as well like speed through getting all the fragments, since not much else for me to really do. I just want to like wrap up the rest of these missions I have.
You have a letter, it would seem.
Yep, 2 brothers plus 3.
He's done a lot for us. Off to the jungle.
The one part I'm dreading is having to do the shipwreck again. I don't know why, I just never enjoy having to do all the running around just to head back to the shipwreck to go through it slowly. I think it's because it's like a very exploring thing, and once you've already explored it in the first go around, there's not really much point going through it again, so you just want to get through it quicker, or at least I do anyway. Might just be a me thing. Nope, no item there. Just wanted to see if I couldn't get any more stuff. Because I do feel like I may need more forlorn necklaces or broken earrings. I only really got enough to upgrade my weapons once. Like upgrade the weapons that needed it, rather than getting extra just in case more weapons did need them. How much XP do I need? 114,000. I think there's no way for me to get even more XP. Because all there is either the Vision of Tokyo or constantly running through the second floor of the underground weapons facility in Emil's Manor to get XP quickly. As much as it might be quicker to go through, or like might be quicker to get it from Emil's Manor, I do enjoy doing the illusion of, or like Vision of Tokyo more. Mainly because the music's better and I don't have to travel as far for the enemies, I just have to wait for them to spawn.
Hey there. Your weapon is ready to go.
Great. Thanks.
You know, with a weapon like that,
You were going to say?
I need to ask you for a favor.
Oh, yeah?
I want you to avenge my brother.
That is a rather ponderous favor.
It's my mission. It's the whole reason I've been creating these weapons for the past 4 years. I don't care about money. I only care about making a weapon strong enough to kill those bastards.
Which bastards?
The ones in the mountain. That little shade and his robot.
The Shade has joined forces with a robot.
There's a shade in there?
Yes.
And what have we decided?
We're gonna kill it.
Of course we're gonna kill it. Housetail. And in order to get to the shade, I have to go through B2 because B1 is completely blocked off. I might be able to get back through B1 if I like drop down into the arena with BP and Khalil, and then like instead of taking the elevator back up to the surface, I instead go around. I could try breaking the boxes down here, seeing if I can't get more pyrites. I think I could get pyrites from the boxes here, but there's not really much point really. If I want pyrite, I'll just power myself up enough to be able to run through the third door in the diary quicker. I forgot I can walk forwards to make it go faster. I do like seeing all the orbs in the game being Emil's head. Honestly, the only thing about coming down here I don't like is this bullet hell section, because it just takes so damn long. I mean, then again, I am also slowing myself down, so that's why it's taking slightly longer. I've got a letter from Pathway. He said there's a village where all the houses are attached to cliffs. I'd love to see it, but I'm scared of heights. I'm assuming that's what the final passage said. I saw the word love and I, but didn't get to see the rest of it. I'm doing good, man. How are you doing? I'm on my third and final run through of, well, technically not final, because there's 2 endings at the end of this one I can get, but also 10. I already have a bounty in the server worth 100k right now. Also, the bounty system is up finally in the game, huh? Or in the server. And how did you already get up to... How did you already get up to 100k? What did you do? Did you steal from powerful people again? Or are you just being an outright menace to everyone in the server? Oh, come on. You can be honest with me. I will only be slightly disappointed. No, I'm not going to be disappointed. Actually, it was up 3 days ago, but then none had enough money to spend on bounties. So what, did people just put bounties on you? Did a bunch of people raise up to 100k because you were so dangerous before? I'd done nothing, in fact. I had not even logged on the server for the past 3 days. Oh, so because you were the one that basically won the war in the like first season, I joined today and I had a bounty. So yeah, I'm assuming that it's because you won.
Never heard of a Shade living with a machine.
You won the first season. That's why they
don't care.
applied
All
the
that
bounty
matters
to you.
is
It's
that
like,
we're
oh,
killing
we've got to take out this mammoth person as quickly as possible. Or that's what I would assume is why a bunch of people put it on you, because you were the one that basically owned the group, like the crew that won like the war the last time, or the first time.
It seems we have found the entrance to our robot friend's hideout.
Right. Let's head down.
Are you mad? We've no idea what lies below.
I would not say no. I already have
Beats going
armament
along
and
with it.
observation
Come
haki
on.
with +1 haki boost. I mean, that is true. Like, there's no point saying no to it, because now you're just stronger. Also, I'm not going to be reading any of this stuff now for, like, the shades or anything like that. I'm just going to focus on taking them out quickly. I think so. There are only 5 people with bounties right now. Ah. BP and Khalil. This is going to be the 3rd and final time I take you 2 out. Because to save me a 4th playthrough, I'm just going to save at the, like, at the entrance to the Shadow Lord's castle, and then just run through, get one, and then get the other one. It's just easier that way. Requires less playthroughs. They are in the 4 are around 1 to 5k, and 5th is around 20k.
Look at the Shade.
So you're already the strongest person in the
Aim for the legs.
server then.
Knock 'em down. Take out the Shade.
Exterminating. Ping. 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 Ping.
Ow. BP, wait, that's enough. I wish I could do damage. Just let me beat him.
Defend my mission.
No, damn it. That's a Shade. It's a Shade.
The first bounty actually just years my safety a bit. But it is also early that I can't even think of doing something. Alright, we'll go with magic drop. And then we'll just keep firing away. There we are. We'll skip this because it's just it getting wings to fly.
This thing can transform?
Magic drop. Oh.
Watch for falling debris.
Of course, as soon as I apply my magic drop, it then does that.
Escape, 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 escape. Go, see the world. Must protect, must fight.
Where do you think you're going?
Finally, now I can actually damage it. Right, that's BP dead. Now I just have to kill Khalil. Right, spray and pay is to its finest. Yes. I mean, that's literally... I mean, the thing is, what I've been using is the spell Dark Blast. I have the powerful shot by tapping RB, and then I have Rapid Fire. Only the first shot is powered up. And then I get to do that. Like, launch out homing shots. But I can remove Dark Blast if I want to and replace it with, like, I don't know, Dark Whirlwind. So I have this, and then this. But there's no point removing Dark Blast at all. You may, because it's like, just rapid firing that. Right. Come on, you stupid shade. You're going to die here. Oh, I wanted to take it out with the charge attack. And it's dead.
Must defend my mission.
That's 2 fragments obtained already. Just 2 more to go.
Khalil. Together, BP. Alone. BP. Cry.
You.
Now we get to feel bad.
Stupid machine! You killed my family! You took everything from me! Why did you have to be here? Why you? Why?
Thanks for coming in and saying hello, man. But you be safe, alright?
Beautiful.
Look forward to talking to you again next time.
Example of humanity.
Hey, come on. That's enough.
Just wait, you goddamn freak! Now I can make all kinds of powerful weapons! Just leave it to me! Leave it all to me!
Look, we get it, okay?
Hatred and madness will never heal a wounded heart.
Maybe it's just all he's capable of right now.
Revenge is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I know.
Then what are we doing? There we are, got the Law of Robotics. $54,000, so that gave us a bunch of
Maybe
experience
Popo has found
points.
some information about the Shadow Lord. Let's drop by the village.
Very well.
was a shade hanging out with a machine.
It appeared the creature was actually issuing orders to that mechanical minion.
Do you think the shade had a reason for what it did?
Actually.
Look, it doesn't matter what a shade is or isn't thinking. All that matters is that we kill every last one of them.
Right. The idea of a shade trying to protect a robot is goddamn absurd. Still, you guys should be careful.
What do you mean?
If the shade inside me ever takes over, I'm probably going to attack you.
That's not gonna happen. You are no shade.
The lad is correct. You are many things, hussy, but a shade is not one of them. Shades, for example, do not come equipped with such foul and scurrilous mouths.
How about I cram your face up your own asshole, book?
Don't worry, Kaine. If your shade ever takes over, I'll stop you.
You will you? Thanks, Emil.
Alright, so we don't really need to fight anything here. Especially since everything here doesn't really yield much experience points. I miss being able to ride the board directly into the town.
Learned anything new about the Shadow Lord's key, Popola?
You know, I was just going to talk to you about that. You remember the Airy, right?
That depressing shell of a village?
Not so much anymore, it sounds like. I just got this letter from the village chief.
I'm not expected to have to deal with the mermaid. Okay.
Sacrifice?
That's right. I've been trading notes with leaders from every town in the land.
You're amazing, Popola.
This entire affair strikes me as a bit too convenient.
I'm afraid Grimoire Weiss is correct.
What do you mean?
The area has been shut off from the world for years. And now they've not only opened trade routes, but they freely exchange information about the Shadow Lord.
Seems so bizarre. Why would they do such a thing like that? They used to hate everyone that was an outsider.
It seems rather unnatural.
You're overthinking it. Besides, I don't care if it's dangerous. I won't get Yona back by just sitting around and waiting. If there are shades there, I'll just kill him and be done with it.
Oh dear.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I guess I won't stop you. Try speaking with the chief when you get there.
The area, huh? All right, let's go see the chief.
What a soul-crushing place.
It'll be like our final chance to get whatever we may need that the people in the area sell.
I cannot fathom that village setting up a mercantile. They must have truly opened their minds.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Aren't you glad to be going back home, Kaine?
Home? Place is a shithole.
Ooh, the village. It's home to so many terrible little memories, isn't it, Kaine?
I forgot Tyran talks.
Shut up, shut up, shut up!
Devla came over to visit and drank a bunch of something she called hooch. She loves it. It was cute when she started meowing like a cat.
We do not desire.
Like I said, goddamn Devla comes over with alcohol, drinks it, and then starts acting like a cat round Yona. It's like, Devla, you are not a good role model! Not a good role model!
We do not desire needless conflict.
If we can continue to live with humans,
Then we can continue to live peacefully.
But that young man will come.
Yes, the young man will come.
He will kill us all. Women and children included.
what should we do?
Yes, I will come and kill women and children, like, not just the men, but the women and the children. Just call my character Anakin Skywalker at this point. I mean, honestly, I said that jokingly. That's technically not too far from the truth. But no, hold on, I'll be back. I'm just gonna get myself another drink. That was odd. For a little while I was streaming, I was smelling like some burning or something like that. It was horrid. Horrid smell, but now I can't smell it anymore. I'm still occasionally getting little whiffs of it, but I don't know if it's just me trying to still smell it or if it's actually there, but it was a bad burning smell. Part of the reason why I went to go get a drink. You know, to try and get away from it for a little bit, see if it dissipates. I got myself an English meat pie. I could eat those forever. I've never been too keen on meat pies myself. But I do have to say though, pies are quite nice.
As cheerful as ever, it seems.
You're the one who wrote the letter, right?
I don't know about any letter.
It may be faster for us to take our inquiries elsewhere. Let us ask.
Ask the people in the square.
Yeah, I think I heard something about that.
So, you know about the letter?
Maybe I don't. I'm not sure. Which is it, man? Oh, and if I may ask, are you friends of Kaine?
Yes, we are.
You could say that.
I've heard the rumors. Here to hunt shades, are you?
Yep.
Indeed. Our aim is to defeat every last one. Every last one?
Yeah, every last one.
Every one.
Oh, I forgot to buy stuff from the store. Oh well.
Vice!
Beware, this man is a shade.
Damn it! It's a trap!
I figured as much.
Man, I've noticed that these shades don't do any damage to me now.
Your goddamn time.
1,000 apologies. We were distracted by the local welcoming party.
Want some help?
A carnival of murder? I love it. Yeah.
Kaine, the villagers are possessed!
But not all of them. Some are still human, so be careful.
Oh, luckily he didn't knock me off.
Oh God, help us! Help us, please! We are shades!
We can skip that. Kind of gets knocked out and all of that. And now the shade's like, please, we just want to live in peace.
Don't hurt my sister!
What madness. These people are behaving as if we are the villains.
Kaine!
Kill them! Kill them now!
No! You've got to stop this! We're trying to save you from the shades! Please, you have to stop!
Emil!
We need to get out of here. Kaine, get up! Hurry!
Villagers are under attack over there.
I'm very happy I actually have this Fool's Lament.
What could those black swirls?
Definitely makes it easy to get through all this.
My husband's a shade!
Ow. I would greatly appreciate it if you would stop.
This village's history.
Big Shade dead. Now we have most deadliest shade we will ever encounter. Wendy. I'll never get over that this shade is literally just called Wendy.
Is this the combined power of all those shades?
It will take more than a barrage of magic to stop us. The first to waver is the first to die. I sense magic coming from the center of that eye.
Wait! I think those are actual people!
Hold nothing back. Those are shades. The surrounding tentacles appear to deflect magic.
Oh, just let me take it out.
Such speed! Now, focus your magic on the beast's center.
There we are. I love how getting through every phase of a boss just instantly refills my MP meter. There we are.
Look out! Something's coming!
Its weak point is located around the back. Try attacking it from above.
I'll try to pin it down!
Emil!
Emil!
I'll keep it busy! You should be able to attack! From behind! Go around and get it! Please, hurry!
Emil can handle this. We must circle behind the creature at once.
I know.
You must strike it in the eye.
Magic drop.
Get it?
It is escaping to the inner level.
I'm coming! Gotta catch my breath!
Careful, Emil. won't help anyone if we lose you here. God damn it! We beat the hell out of that thing! How can it still move?
Its combined powers are beyond even my greatest suspicion.
Alright, eyes open. Ow. You've lost all of your health.
Come on! Help me take it out!
I'm on it.
Unless we slay the beast, all hope is lost.
Doesn't matter how much MP I've used up, I always get it all back. Get that. We have verified a level of compatibility between the donor bodies and the weapons brought in by the Accord Corporation.
Emil, wait!
It is a dream of a beast, a record of tragedy and incredible sin. Enter Emil's memory. No, we've already done that. I can't believe it though. There's not just Accord, there is the Accord Corporation. I'm kind of mad.
We had best be off.
Yeah.
Did I leveled up from that, didn't I? Yeah. Level 65. So it seems like fighting the shades is like the fastest way to level up, or the giant shade, or just bosses in general.
Maybe Popol has found some information about the Shadow Lord. Let's drop by the village.
Very well.
No, if anything, I've got to do the mermaid now. Alright, now I should just have... Yep, Loyal Cerberus. That's the last thing to complete now. Come on. Ah, eliminated. Oh, my commentary's gone to shit now because I don't know what else to talk about because I know everything that happens now. I mean, I should know everything that happens. I've played the game like, what? But 2 times through. Of course, as soon as I get my final key fragment, I'm gonna slow down there because I finally have the pink flower, so I can work towards getting that done. And that just means that, like, for like 2 whole streams, it's just going to be me running around, just grinding in that, unfortunately. Well, I don't really want to just be like, yeah, not going to do a stream. I mean, I could also just play something else. Like, I don't have to play Nier Replicant. Of course, I can't go into Automata yet. Well, I could, but I'm not going to. Not until I've actually fully completed Nier Replicant story. Play Pokemon Unite. I'm just thinking about all the stuff I could play tomorrow while I wait for, you know, the flowers to wilt. Wait, you're going to live stream Automata? Yeah, of course I'm going to live stream Automata. I've done Drakengard. I've live streamed Drakengard, which I do need to actually check to see whether or not all the videos all the live streams are still on my account. Because if they are, I can quickly transfer all of them over. If they're not, I will have to replay through the whole game again on stream, just so I have it for YouTube. Yeah, no, I do plan to play for that. I am thinking that I might not play Nier Reincarnation, because I am not a big fan of mobile games or gacha games. And even so, I am playing it in my own time for the sake of, you know, finding out more about the Nier lore and that. I don't think it's actually going to be something that I play on stream. Mainly because I wouldn't know how to make it entertaining. Like, it's not all that, like, skillful or engaging, really. I don't know why I'm running around town. I looked through your Drakengard videos, but I don't think I was able to find the beginning videos. Maybe I'm blind. So you found... So, they are still there, but yeah, I'd probably have to look to see if the beginning is there. If the beginning is there, then I can save all of that. If not, I will have to play through the game again. Luckily, there is chapter select, so... I'm thinking what I might do is start the game anew, play through all of the endings, then when it comes to getting the final ending, I'll just load my already completed save file and play the ending that way.
Hey, Popola.
Ah, you're back.
Have you learned anything more about the Shadow Lord's key?
I'm sorry, but it's going to take me some time yet.
I see. Well, can I take something off your plate in the meantime?
Oh, how about this? You know the ferryman with the red bag, right? Well, he's been skipping out on work lately. Can I ask you to go to Seafront and check on him?
Sure thing.
No, it's this long, arduous mermaid
This feels
stuff.
alarmingly familiar.
I'm sure that couple is merely having another one of their inane spats. Let us do our utmost not to get dragged into it this time,
Oh, it's you, eh?
XP 20, 123,000. Level up this time. Ugh. Oh, pardon me. A couple of people told me not to play Track 1 because gameplay is not good. I'm gonna be honest. The best part of Drakengard is the dragon missions. I've played through the whole game, and I can definitely say for sure best part's dragon missions. The ground combat, it's alright. Kind of mindless, because you're mainly just mashing the attack button a lot of the time. And if you want to use a lot of the other weapons, a lot of them aren't very good. And when you get to the enemies that are immune to magic, they are a pain in the ass. But I never really had too much of an issue with it, because I do quite like games that are a bit mindless, so I could just be like, boom, brain off. I am now using the least amount of brain power possible. I am merely using enough to exist and press attack button. Nothing more than that is required.
Yeesh. I don't think...
Just go skip all this dialogue again. We all know this dialogue. I know my biggest problem with eventually going to play Nier Automata is I won't actually be able to get all of the endings, because like I stated earlier, the ending for the ending you unlock for the DLC is a music video, and I don't think I'll be able to get away with having that appear on stream unless I mute the stream. But then I also run the risk of the video itself getting hit because it's a music video.
Oh god, it's over. My life is over.
What's wrong?
Oh, hey, I remember you. You're the ones who helped us out way back when.
Seeing as we've come all this way, I suppose we had best ask, what is the matter?
I had a fight with my husband, and he ran away from home.
Yes. You may color me utterly flabbergasted.
But it's all that idiot's fault. I was saving up a bunch of apples, and he went and ate 10 of them.
That's actually sort of impressive.
Well, sure, I may have lost my temper a little, but I can't believe he just up and left.
I mean,
he's been gone for a week now, and it's...
I'm also thinking about getting my hands on a PlayStation 3 as well, because because there's a lot of games on the PlayStation 3 I do want to play, and if I do get a PlayStation 3, it means I'll probably also get myself Drakengard 3 and play that. But then again, the problem is that doesn't work too well on on PS3. So what I might do is download the PS3 emulator and then dump the files for the game from my copy of the game on my computer, so I can play it that way. That is legal. I am legally allowed to dump the files from my copy of the game on my computer. I just can't share them, for obvious reasons. And I could try playing it that way, because it might be more stable that way. Because I might actually get more than, like, 3 frames a second.
Alright. We'll help you find him.
Really?
Oh, of course, that'll be a bit before I get round to that, because I do want to keep collecting PS2 games. And right now I'm on the hunt for a 3DS capture card. Or like a 3DS that has a capture card installed in it.
Shall we begin by asking around at the tavern like before?
Hey there. I'm looking for the guy with the red bag.
Really? Is that couple fighting again?
Yeah, the guy took off and hasn't been seen since. I take it this isn't a surprise?
Hardly. Their arguments are legendary. We're actually considering selling tickets as a tourist attraction. Anyway, I think he's from that village with the library. Maybe he went back home. I think his brother is a guard there.
Thanks for the tip. I'll see what I can figure out.
Say, you're pretty handsome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. I hate that I can't use the canal to get back quickly.
Hard to believe a ship of this size managed to run. What was that? Hey, is someone there? Okay, I definitely heard someone cough just now. Maybe it's one of those kids from town? But where are they?
Where are they indeed? Oh look, there they are.
There you are. What are you doing here?
I just checked the DLC music for it. It's pretty creepy. I also knew about the CEO boss fight, but I never bothered. I knew about the CEO boss fight, but I didn't feel like the DLC was really worth it, so I never actually got it put myself. But I do kind of want to get it, but the thing is, the music video is what's really going to be the issue here, because as much as I want to get every single ending on stream for Nier Automata, that's the one ending I probably won't be able to get, because it's a music video.
Were you a passenger on this ship, maybe? Hey, it's okay. You don't need to be scared.
I never pointed it out, but the little girl Shade, she gets red eyes after after she's been outed as a Shade.
Such buffoonery does little more than wear this old tome out.
And it's weird, like, why does she have red eyes?
Hey there. How you feeling? Well, your cough seems better at least. Check it out. I brought you some bread today. Oh, easy there. Jeez, you must have been starving. Well, look, no one's gonna take this from you, so just take it easy so you don't choke on it, okay? So, what were you doing on this boat, kid? Actually, scratch that. First things first. I can't just keep calling you kid. You got a name?
I forget how to say her name, so I've just been calling her the mermaid Shade or the little girl Shade.
Well, this is going nowhere fast. Let's see. Louise.
That's it, Louise. Thank you, yeah. Louise.
Yeah, what about Louise? I mean, it just sort of popped into my head, but what do you think? Guess you're okay with it. Well, it's nice to meet you, Louise.
We searched the southern plains back when the wife ran off too, right?
I believe we did, yes.
Lots changed since then. So it's kind of nice when we find something that hasn't. The fact that couple is still arguing almost fills me with, I don't know, hope, I guess.
If you ask me, that particular couple could benefit from a little change.
How much XP do I need? 119,000 to level up again. I've really just reached the point in this game where combat is trivial now. Because look at how much damage they've done to me. Like, I took a couple of hits from them and they've barely done anything to my health bar. The only time I have to worry about my health now is when I'm fighting the Shades in the world of the recycled vessel. Ow. Dead. I think they've done about a quarter of my health now, or slightly less than a quarter of my... Have you ever maxed out levels in a game that you know was not necessary at all? Yeah, a couple of times. I did it in what was it? I did it in Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. Granted, I have to actually upload those videos as well. I just don't want to upload more than one video a day. But since I stream so often, it's gonna be quite hard to post those videos when I'm publishing all of my Nier videos. Or liver cell.
Shop.
But no, one of my favorite things to do is to just over level for everything, because I just like finding a good spot and then just grinding up to max level, even if I don't like, even if it's like, oh, level 15 to beat an area. Sometimes I like to level up to like 20, maybe 25, just because I can. I don't have to, but I like to. And I like to do that for no other reason, because I can. No one's gonna stop me.
Oh, it's you, eh?
It's my game, it's my playthrough. I can over level as much as I want. Which is part of the reason why I leveled up to like level 40 before fighting the Shadow Lord, when really you only have to be about level 30 to actually beat him. Hence why you finish the prologue at level 30, because it's just showing you the level that they recommend you be at to beat the boss.
You're related to the ferryman who carries a red bag around, right?
Yeah, he's my little brother. Haven't seen him in a while, though.
A shame. Have you any idea where he may have absconded to?
Not a clue. Like I said, I haven't seen him.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh.
But the last time I did see him, he said something about using his ferry to deliver letters. Maybe you should try talking to someone at the post office.
I guess we could ask the postman over in Seafront.
Just once, I would enjoy receiving a quest that can be sold in the general vicinity of the Asker.
Back over to Seafront. Oh, the book about the ocean Pope. I jumped ahead reading that.
Trips we have made simply to track down a single man.
It's all right to do this kind of thing every now and then.
I only pray this is not the calm before some manner of storm.
Who told Vice he could see into the future, huh? Ow. They're not... These things are barely hurting me. It's more annoying than anything. These things curl up it's honestly just more annoying than anything else. 108,000.
Say there, lad, have you ever penned a missive?
You mean a letter? No. I'm not big on writing. It always takes me forever to figure out what I want to say.
What's to figure out? One simply takes quill in hand and unleashes their soul upon the canvas of the page.
Whatever you say, Lysa.
Dead. I wonder what's the point of these shades having these clubs, because they honestly like to, like, roll at you a lot more than actually swing the club at you. Ugh.
Hey there, Louise. Say, where'd you get that red bat? Found it on the ship, did you? You kids are so darn curious about everything. Anywho, it's good to see you. Afraid I don't have any bread today, but I did bring you something.
Oh.
Here, it's a ribbon. Let me tie it in your hair for you.
Yeah, this is the point where
Well, what do you think?
where she
Pretty
goes,
nice, huh?
oh yes, eating people, that's how I will become human.
Huh. What's that on the floor?
That's weird.
Oh, it's a mirror. Well, that's a stroke of luck.
Like,
Let's go ahead and check out your new look.
honestly, the biggest questions I have is about Louise. Like, so, basically, she's a shade that washed up on the shorefront or seafront in a slaver ship. She's the only one there. She's the appearance of a child, even so she's a shade and shouldn't actually have any sort of like physical form or anything like that. But she does and can appear human. She doesn't actually have a replicant to go back to, which means she must have done something horrendous in her life for her replicant not to be around. Which is really hard to understand. Unless she was a member of Legion that stumbled across a copy of Grimoire Noir, touched it, and then became a shade, which would explain how she can then have her eyes turn red. But then that also doesn't explain how she still has a human body. It would explain why she wouldn't have a replicant then, because they wouldn't make replicants for members of Legion, because they're Legion. It's kind of hard to save them at that point, when their soul has already been claimed by whatever the godly being is that they've made a pact with. But it still doesn't explain how she's able to have a human form. She's not one shade, she's multiple shades. I'm not sure how she has a body though, but she eats humans to act more human. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking as well. But then what would have happened? How would all the shades have fused together to make her? Unless... I don't know.
If you go over there where it's brighter, you'll be able to see yourself more clearly. What's wrong? Don't you want to see? Oh, I see. You don't like sunlight. Guess your eyes are pretty sensitive after spending all this time in the dark, huh? Well, it's not like we can have you stay here forever. We should work on getting you out of here so you and me can go look at the sea together.
I mean, her entire problem could be solved if she just had an umbrella. Like, umbrella, she's always on the shade then, sun ain't gonna burn her. But then again, like, there's the whole her struggling to maintain her human form. That's the real problem.
Hey, Postman. Oh, sorry. You're not him.
I'm sure as hell not. I just swung by to pick up a letter and wound up running the damn place. Anyway, you here for a package or something?
No. There's this couple who's always fighting, and the husband took off. So I'm trying to track him down. Ring any bells?
Sorry, pal. You're asking the wrong guy. Still, that's pretty weird. My buddy's daughter took off too. Maybe running away is the cool thing to do now.
I find it exceedingly unlikely this pair of runaways is mere coincidence.
Any idea where she might have went?
That is the question. Actually, you know what? I bet she went to check out the huge shipwreck that drifted into the inlet the other day. Not often something like that comes around. It's all the kids have been talking about.
Ugh. Oh look, there he is.
Hey, Louise, I brought your food for today. What's wrong? Aren't you hungry? Huh. You haven't been eating much lately. Are you okay? Well then, let's try this.
I wonder why they make the singing like this instead of like with lyrics and that. I mean, then again, it is DLC, so they probably wouldn't have put too much effort into it.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's called a song. Humming a jaunty tune is the best thing for putting a spring in your step. Songs are like a little bit of wisdom that makes the tough times easier. I love them personally. I mean, not that I'm any good at singing. Whoa, your voice is a bit rough there, but you're actually pretty good. You know, I knew someone who lived in the town lighthouse before she died. She used to hum this same song a lot. I heard it every time I stopped by to deliver something, and I guess it just kind of stuck. Of course, that was quite a while ago. Hey, are you trying to cheer me up? You are a kind soul, Louise.
Maybe it's just a tempt replicant body. Louise was bleeding when the postman found her, perhaps because the replicant body can't handle a multi-shade form. That could be it. But then again, Devler and Popola do mention how she doesn't have a replicant to go back to, or a shell to enter, anything, something like that. Something along the lines of she doesn't actually have like a shade or replicant body to go back to. It really is just one big mystery, honestly. Because the thing is, her form...
I'm sensing some really weird magic going on here, sunshine.
The thing, she's still technically has her form when she goes full shade. In fact, if anything, other than maybe Wendy and Hook, she's like a very like visible shade. Like most other shades, a bit more ethereal, like you can see through them, like they're not fully formed. But when it comes to large shades like Hook, Wendy, the Rock, the Wolf, Jack of Hearts, the big bad shade we beat up and put in the basement, and Louise, they all have like defined forms. Most other shades are a bit more like suggestions of their shape. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just something I've noticed.
Shade?
It might actually be because she is multiple shades instead of just one shade.
Are you actually trying to think something through rather than just jumping in and killing?
What's wrong, Kaine?
Nothing. It's just... I'm sensing a presence from seafront. Something like a shade.
A shade in the town?
A shade in the town? That's not good. I'm just trying to get my last little bit of speculations out of the way before we come to the end of playing Nier Replicant.
We might as well investigate, seeing as how we lack any other tenable leads.
Right. Let's head for the inlet. Kaine. Emil. What's going on? I haven't seen you two come into Seafront in, well, ever, I guess.
Sorry for the surprise. Kaine said she sensed something strange in the area.
Strange how? Like a shade?
Maybe. There's some kind of sound or something coming from up ahead.
What an incredibly specific piece of information the hussy has graced us with.
What is it, Kaine?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
I wonder what it is that makes Kaine so hesitant about this shade. Like, compared to every other shade we've killed, this fighting Louise seems to affect her the most. Because killing Khalil, she could understand Khalil.
We're gonna need to figure out some way to get inside that thing.
This ship is in a
But
state
yet
of
she
wanton decay. Surely
brushed it off pretty
these
easily.
planks
can probably get...
I'm worried.
But when it comes to Louise, now she's like a lot more hesitant about it, like it's actually affecting her. As if I could taste... yeah. I need to finish reading the rest of that diary entry. That better not be her saying, yep,
So,
nope, tried
were
it.
you able to write that letter? You know, now that I've taught you how. Not yet, huh? Well, there's certainly no reason to rush.
And also that blood there, I don't know, I feel like that blood might be from a kill someone she killed. That's why she's so worried about the blood being there. You know why Louise suddenly appeared here? If you don't know, it's a spoiler. Oh, so I'm gonna find out. So what? Will I find out in Route C why she appeared here? Is that it? You can say yes or no to that question. Am I gonna find out in Route C, or is that something I have to look up?
You know, it makes me happy that you've taken such a shine to me.
Because if it's something I have to look up, then I don't mind you spoiling it. But if it's something I get told in the game, then I'd like it to be a surprise.
First time we met, I didn't have the foggiest idea what was going on.
No idea, but I just read deep into your story. I'm sure it'll get revealed later on. Ah, okay.
So, hey, I've been thinking. How about you come live with me? It might be kind of nice to have a daughter around. Not into it, huh? Guess I should have figured. I'm sad to hear it, but it's your choice, of course. Huh? The floor's wet. Wait, is this blood? Oh dear. Are you...
Now I'm just gonna rush through all this very quickly.
Oh, baby, that is one hell of a smell. We got something real nasty nearby, eh, Sunshine? Come on, don't tell me you ain't picked up on it yet. You of all people gotta know what this smell means.
This ship is in poor condition indeed. Do try not to thrash about and bring its timbers down around us, hussy.
Whatever.
You sure you're alright, Kaine?
You really shouldn't push yourself. Hey, I've got an idea. How about you and me search outside and get some nice fresh air in the process?
Sure. Let's do that.
Sounds good. Take care of Kaine for us, Emil.
Emil is on the case. Come on, Kaine. Let's get the lead out.
I wonder why this affects Kaine so much.
I'm having a hard time imagining any townsfolk hanging around here.
Well, as we've no other leads, look, we require a key in order to proceed. Let us fumble about and see if we cannot find one. Look there.
And there's still some...
Alright, we've got the lantern, we head back, then she appears. Okay, so we have to pick up the lantern in order for her to appear.
Did you see that girl just now?
I did indeed. How on earth did she manage to get behind us? Perhaps she is the runaway we heard tell of at the post office. Best track her down and take her back to town with us. There's no one here.
Weird. It's like we just saw a ghost.
Oh, what foolishness. I am certain this room merely contains a secret passageway or the like.
I will never get over Vice being scared of ghosts. Being a sentient floating book that can cast magic.
Somewhere that tell of how it ran aground.
It looks really dark up ahead.
Then perhaps we ought to make use of that lantern we just found,
What's this? An apple? It's a bit bruised, but it's not super old or anything.
I wager it was dropped by that fruit-loving ferryman with the red bag. Perhaps he absconded to this ship to wait out the storm after yet another spirited debate with his wife. Ah, goodness, what a troublesome couple.
Let's keep moving.
Oh, what was that sound just now?
Sounds like it came from the floor above us.
Oh, that's been knocked over.
Wait. The missing child left white tracks in her passing.
Did you see that light on the other side of...
A shame we cannot...
Hang on. There's a
that white A hidden room.
What's this again?
How delightful.
Oh, 1,000 gold, okay. Got the key.
Don't seem to be any shades around, at least.
Fortunate for us. Now let no more time be wasted in our search for the townsfolk. The white tracks end here.
Wait, I hear something.
And that first thing in.
I have to sing and cheer myself up.
that sound was, it stopped. I swear it sounded like a girl.
This is a voice pipe. A contraption by which one's voice can travel to a faraway location.
Most shades can't even communicate, and why is this the only part where she actually speaks properly? Like, she never spoke before. I wonder what it is about this pipe or anything like that. Or it could also be that there's absolutely no reason why she couldn't talk before other than, like, fear or shyness or worry or something like that.
Which means the girl is in whatever room this pipe connects to.
And then why would she try and write a letter if she's capable of speech? But then again, that could just... Oh. Well, unplugged. Whatever it was, it caused my game to slow down. It seems like I also have to beat all the bosses in a short amount of time. So it seems like one of my USBs messing up caused the game to then slow down. So that's annoying. Yeah, I am just gonna skip through all the dialogue now, or try to skip through it. My ability to mash the A button, go! Yeah, whatever that was with the USB, it then just like reconnected itself. And that's what caused it. So it seems like USBs is what's doing it. Something going on with my USBs. I might have forced it somehow, I don't know. But it seems like I might have finally figured out the cause for why the game kept slowing down. Probably something to do with like a USB connection not being right. After stream, if it happens again, I'll have to like check all of my USBs, make sure they're all connected right.
Emil.
What's so kind of... Maybe...
What is...
Nothing.
Can I skip this? Yes, I can.
We're gonna need to figure out some way to get inside that thing.
This ship is in a state of want and decay. Surely these can...
Yeah, I'm just gonna mash through all this now to get by.
So, you know. No, you know, first, so, how... Not into it, huh? Guess I should have figured. I'm sad
Now the game's really not trying to play ball. Hold on. Hold on. Let me... Oh. They all seem to be plugged in okay. Everything's... be fine. Right, this time it seemed to have slowed down because I kept mashing the A button, skipping all the dialogue. I'm gonna try skipping all the dialogue again and mashing the A button. See if it happens again. If it does, it means we've got to sit through all of it again. Oh.
Kinda. Emil.
Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Just stepping away for a moment, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Let's try this again. I do want to get through this part. It's a shame I can't save partway through going through... Well, no. I can save, but only when I finally reach the door to Louise to fight her.
Emil. What's
some kind? Maybe.
What is it?
Nothing.
Because that.
We're gonna need to figure out some way to get inside that thing.
This ship is in a state of wanton decay. Surely with these
can
I wish I could just press start and skip all the stuff between the postman and Louise. Well, that doesn't look right at all. The shaders haven't loaded properly for this part.
You know, now that I've taught you how.
Maybe I shouldn't have maybe I should have rushed through everything, because my god, look at all that. That is not loaded correctly.
Not yet, huh? Well, there's certainly no reason to rush. You know, at first, so how...
It's far too bright. It should not be this bright. I'll look at it like, something's wrong. And now I've noticed that, like, yeah, the shading hasn't come in correctly. Is the rest of the ship gonna be like that? Oh my god, it is.
Oh, baby, that... Come on.
You... Hey,
Sounds...
Then we'll just go for it like this, I don't care.
This place is pretty gloomy. I'm having a hard time imagining any townsfolk hanging around here.
Well, as we've no other leads, let the search begin. Look.
He goes through there.
Wait, I did perhaps.
Right, this part loaded in alright. Maybe if we go back, it's all going to be sorted now.
Anyway.
There may be clues somewhere that tell of how it ran aground.
I think it's alright now. I think it's fixed itself. I don't know.
It looked
them.
Let's...
Now let's go. I think my camera might be pulled too far back as well.
This short wait.
I think that's the problem.
Hang on.
I'll take the 1,000 gold.
Is that one? A hidden room. How delightful.
This way, pick up.
There don't seem to be any shades around, at least.
Fortunate for us. Now let no more time be wasted in our search for the townsfolk.
Ah, now we're finally back here quickly.
Whatever that... Which me... Hold... Yeah. Onward...
This little lantern has brought us quite far, hasn't it?
Yeah. And the light it gives off makes me feel... I don't know... safe somehow.
The
I don't
kitchen,
know why I
is
came
it?
here.
Oh, damn.
Perhaps it...
Not just how... Let's...
Run over, step on that. Oh.
Speak!
You go all the way over to the left, there it is.
Is that... Right, about... Oh, did they are... Why you can't pull your... Remember... I will...
Yeah, the lighting's gone wrong in this place. That's why.
Why did things turn out like this? Did he leave because of his body? I just want to be able to talk with him. I don't want him to be afraid of me. I don't want him to hate
I have no idea what I've done to the game to cause the shaders to go wacky like this, but I have.
Hey there, you two.
Hey, I didn't know you guys.
Did we? Yeah, but
Yeah, good.
gee,
Tell me.
It's on.
Oh man, that smell is getting ripe. How you feeling there, Sunshine?
Not great. Can't you tell?
Save there, so we've actually saved. Go inside.
It's that.
Hold.
Oh, you can kill.
Could this?
Oh,
Wait.
oh, I think this girl was on the ship when it drifted in. I've been keeping an eye on her until she's well enough to...
Well enough to leave.
Hey, so this is kind of awkward, but the girl is, you know, bleeding. I brought a bunch of bandages with me, but, well, how exactly does one deal with a woman's time of the month? Sorry. Clearly crossed a line there. Forget I said anything.
Stay the hell away from her. She isn't.
Hey, is the lighting still wrong? Can't tell. I think it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the lighting is still wrong, even in this like little cutscene.
We'll fix. The two of them will be fine, but you and I must withdraw. The ship is collapsing. We must leave at once.
Very much aware of that. Thanks. Let's go.
Alright, let's go.
They're in the way. Looks like we can get out through that hole up there.
And then jump. Now let's hope the it's not too bright out here. Nope, it's just fine. We're all good.
Glad you two made it out in one piece.
yeah, we're good. But that poor postman is still trapped inside.
We'd better go help him out.
No shade would dare pursue us into sunlight such as this. We should use the opportunity to ready ourselves.
You say that, but yeah, I'm not going to skip anything now. I just wanted to get through the boat as quickly as possible. Not a part I enjoy going through. It's too slow for my likings.
Why isn't this shade being hurt by the sun?
That is not precisely the case. It most certainly is being burned by the sunlight. However, its regenerative abilities far outpace whatever damage the light is able to inflict. This light, something is coming. Get out of the way at once.
Oh, listen, it's singing. This thing actually thinks it's a person. I don't know where the singing lessons came from, but I do know it's sure as hell trying to eat us.
Got it.
Don't stop now. Focus on the next one.
I've noticed that I can actually understand her myself now.
doing it for him? How sad. How precious.
Now is our chance. Attack with all the
There we go. I might as well just use the magic capsule and just shoot her with all the magic I can. Giant hand. And we're punching the head off. Boom.
Did we get it?
Of course, we know she's not dead yet.
Oh, hell. That thing's huge.
To think it could recover from such a grievous wound.
Ordinary attacks aren't gonna do shit against this thing.
We'll just have to up our own attacks to match.
You get its weakness by now, yeah, Sunshine? Well then, get to carving this bastard up before we're all dead!
I know, Tim, I know. The core of this thing is in the mouth. We need to get up there.
Are you serious?
But how are we supposed to do that?
Instead of wasting time running your mouths, how about you keep attacking the damn thing until it falls up?
I think it's working.
It's concentrating tremendous.
Get it? This is all new. Is this because I'm strong? Oh my god, I've got to run up her. How is it? Is this something I could have done in Route B?
Attack the part of her that looks like a girl.
Awesome. Is this something I could have done in Route B and I just kept failing it?
The shade's core is inside its mouth. Hurry! Shit.
I guess there are new things here, so I might not want to skip anymore. That was all new. So, I don't think I'm going to be skipping stuff anymore. We have verified that, yeah, the Accord, we will continue using them as subjects for research as we continue with project number 6, whatever it said. 1 week later.
Thanks. You really saved our bacon.
You've all done so much for me. Offering a little refuge is the least I can do. I don't have the words to express how sorry I am. We all knew townspeople were out there being eaten by a shade. But I
never imagined I was taking care of it this entire time.
The fault lies with that foul creature alone, Postman, not yourself.
I kind of like the fact that I ran up after it and beat it up.
I hope I can believe that someday.
But that was all new. Maybe that was something I could have done before, just was never strong enough.
Alright, well, we'd better get going. There's someone else we need to break this news to.
Fair enough. I hope to see you out there on the old letter trail again soon.
Hey, did you find my husband?
Yeah. The thing is...
Wait, why are you hesitating? Is he alright? Please tell me he's alright. Come on, say something already.
Tell her the truth.
Your husband was killed by a shade. I'm sorry. We tracked him down, but it was already too late.
No, it can't be true. Big idiot. Always carrying his bag around, thinking about me all the time. Oh God, this can't be happening.
It saddens this old tome to think we'll never hear those two at each other's throats again.
If only I'd gotten to him sooner. Damn it.
Do not let it burden you so, lad. You did the best you were able.
69,000 XP left. Nice. The funny internet number. I might as well see if there's any like gathering points here while I'm here. To grab what black poles I can. I'm assuming that the gathering points are only really on like the beaches and that, so there's nowhere else to really look, I'm guessing, right? What I'll probably have to do is just keep exiting and re-entering this area until I actually find until I gather enough black poles to upgrade all of my weapons, because quite a few need them, I think. And then there's all that pyrite I need to get my hands on as well. Yeah, I'm not skipping anything because they could all be different this time around. One, we understood the girl easily without me having to read it. And two, the way I finished the fight was different.
The hell's this, Sunshine?
A letter. That thing wrote it for the postman.
Ha! Man, that is some grade A chicken scratch.
She probably copied the letters as best she could.
So, what's it say?
I was right. She didn't rip it up this time. Alright. Several days later.
It's like I was stuck in some kind of dream.
Hey, letter guy.
You're that... I mean, how can I help you?
Would this have happened if I had failed to take her out then and, you know, still got blasted with the song?
Got a letter for you.
Like, just because I took her out without kindly having to take the postman hostage, I was able to actually, like...
Wait, you have a letter for me?
Get this?
Yeah, it's from that thing on the ship.
Louise? Let me see. Oh, it says, thank you. Wow, look at this. After all that time I spent trying to teach her to write, she actually managed to string together a few ugly little letters. Damn it. Why can't I stop seeing her smile, or hearing that song she used to sing. I know she ate people. I know she was a monster.
Right, so I didn't get any new story. So Autumn, do enlighten me. Give me more lore that I can agonize over in the Nier universe. What can you tell me about Louise then? Because I'm assuming that's what I'm going to learn about her now. That she was able to write, well, that we finally figured out what was on the letter, and it just said thank you. Because I'm really curious now. Like I've got to know. Goddamn driftwood. Another gathering point here. Yeah, all I'm gonna do now is just keep re-entering and leaving the town until I get the black pearls I need. God, I wish some of these harder to obtain items I could just buy from shop sellers. Like, why can't someone be selling black pearls? I don't care if they're 100,000. I have the money. I can afford to buy them. I'm just looking up quickly, see where else I can get it. Here we are, black pearl. Raw material, item, yeah. Location, rare drop at harvest points in seafront, and it is used for Phoenix Dagger. I need 15 altogether for each of the Phoenix weapons. And I can't even rely on... I can't even rely on using the third door in the diary to get it as well. I just have to keep running in and out of seafront in the hopes gathering points appear that I can use, or harvest points appear. And I need 15. 15 I need. Yep, I had a feeling that the harvest points weren't going to be there while Luis's ship was there. Or the shipwreck was there. That's why I wanted to get the shipwreck done. After you said that. Crab. Anyway, I've also brought up like Luis's entry on the Nier wiki, so we'll have a quick look here, see if there's any. There's one gathering point over there. It's so goddamn hard to see. Right, here it is. Yeah. Alright, so we'll pause there, and I'm just gonna have a quick look. Louise is a character exclusive to Nier Replicant, you know, the new version, appearing in a new main story quest based on the short story The Little Mermaid from Grimoire Noir. Oh, so Little Mermaid was a story in Grimoire Noir. Okay, here we are. So this is something I'm going to have to read through then. Oh my god, there's a lot of it to read through. Oh yeah, so it seems like The Little Mermaid was a story from Grimoire Noir that I read through. Or based off of it. Yeah. Flashbacks from the game's second playthrough depict the Shade already with her tattered sailor dress when the postman first finds her. Unable to speak. Despite enjoying his company, she is forced to refuse the postman's request to come live with him, as exposed herself to sunlight would have given her away. Unbeknownst to her, that day would never come. Being one of the few noted gestalts without a replicant, knowledge that Devla and Poplar are shown to be privy to, in addition to her immense strength. Subsequent runs alter her boss fights mechanics and the party's reactions. They succeed in knocking her down, which allows them to climb her body and take down her weakened core face to face. The new cutscene changes as well. Yep. Second set of conversations between Devla and Poplar are available on the third playthrough, despite bowling over Louisa's a countermeasure against the Shadow Lord while brushing aside her obsession with becoming human owing to her lacking a replicant to ever merge with. Oh, okay, so because I beat her in ending B, her voice became fully understandable to us. Ooh, now this is actually a bit of interesting lore or information. So the little writing that appeared when she was getting ready to sing, or like shoot her like voice attack, that's angelic language, which I kind of knew, or angelic text, and it actually translates to "I want to be a human." So she's literally attacking you by screaming, "I want to be a human." That's pretty interesting. But no, I'll have to read the Little Mermaid story from Grimoire Noir. Oh, I thought I'd finished. I thought I'd pretty much known all the stories. Nope, turns out there was another one. Of course there is. There's always another. But no, I was just having... Sorry about that. I didn't mean to take so long. I was just having a quick little read through of some extra information I might have been missing out on or might not have been privy to. So yeah, it turns out she's her little quest line is actually exclusive to this version of Nier Replicant. So it turns out it wasn't DLC in like the older versions. It was a brand new quest line made specifically for this game. Wait a minute, that's got me thinking. They've literally just added a whole new adventure in this version of Nier Replicant, which is based off of one of the stories from Grimoire Noir. Or Grimoire Nier. I meant Grimoire Nier. God, I hope that doesn't mean that they've added other stories as well. And I've just... Oh god, does that mean all the stories are in this? Somehow? Some way? Or is it just that one? I've not gotten a single black pearl yet. Do you think my odds would improve if I... Hold on, let me... I'm just thinking whether or not my odds will improve if I have an item that increases item drop rate. You know, it might give me a better chance of getting the rarer items. Unless it only works on enemy drops and not harvest points. I don't know. I just hate that I have to keep running back in and out of town to reload these harvest points in the hopes I can get these black pearls I need. I just need 15. I need 15. Gimme. Shit. Black pearl, let's go. This might just be something I have to do in my own time again. Just like, you know, bring up like a long video, just like mindless, and just like switch off the brain and mindlessly keep running in and out of this town, harvesting anything and everything I can in hopes that I can get all of the items I need. It's the first time in a while I've written in my diary. I've been reading older stories and... Right, so there is a gather point there. I wish there was more gather points. Like, come on, give me 3 or 4 here. Seaweed. Starfish. I got a pearl. Just not the pearl I need.
Bunch of townspeople disappeared
Ugh. Yeah, a merchant passed through. She said her name was Accord. So we've got Accord the Android, Accord Corporations. What other Accords are there? Apart from, you know, this weapon, Fool's Accord. Gastropod, that's not what I want. Only the raw material shop here sold black pearls. Make my hunt a hell of a lot easier. Oh, I got one! One down, 14 more to go. No, I thought I got a point down here, I did not. There's 14 more to go. And then I can use them all on the Phoenix weapons and maybe also be able to get them all done. I don't have to do them anymore. hope I can have a good talk with Parcel tomorrow. I just want him to stay home with me more.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Shell. Starfish. It says item drop rate, so I would assume that it doesn't actually do anything for harvest points, since these aren't item drops, they're just harvest points. Trying to strain my eyes and make sure there's no other harvest points around. I wish I could just... I wish they had a bunch more that would appear all at once. I wouldn't mind having 10 harvest points to harvest here every single time I re-enter this town. I wouldn't mind it, honestly. I'd be okay with it, even if it was tedious. Better than having to run in and out of town as much. Or better yet, have less gathering points, but a higher chance of black pearls appearing. Ah. There has to be more gathering points than the ones on both these beaches. I just don't know where else they would be. There's one. Wrong pearl. No. Alright, back it out to town again. And now we go back into town. A girl in the village came to talk to me. She was upset about how loud and annoying her dad is. I wonder if my dad was like that.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
Alright. 2 harvest points here. Probably not going to be a black pearl. Nope, shell, starfish. Oh no, crab. I honestly thought it was going to be a starfish. Driftwood. No other harvest points. God, I wish the sound wasn't so bright. I can actually see the harvest points easier. I wish I could get black pearls from the 3rd door in the diary. I can get so many of the other stuff I need from there. Specifically pyrite. I just need a boatload of pyrite at this point. Don't know specifically how much I need, I just know I need a lot of it. I'm going to go out to Fool's Accord. Actually, no. Fool's Embrace. Oh, I wish I could run around slightly faster.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along with
No harvest points there. Big gastropod. Another black pearl, there we go. So now I just have 13 more to gather. I wish it wasn't 5 for all of them. Alright, what I'm gonna do is once I get like 5 black pearls, then I'll head off to Facade and we can do that stuff there. It's so close to maxing out all of my weapons. I want to do this. I have never been much of a completionist before, but my god, I don't know what it is about these games, about some games I'm now starting to play, but I want to start 100%ing games I play. I think it's because I actually know I get stuff from maxing out these weapons, and it's these stories. Yeah, I could look up these stories online, but it's not as rewarding as like unlocking the stories myself by playing through the game. Gastropod. Crab. And shell. At least with all this stuff I'm getting, I can sell it. 933,000 gold. Let's like check out my gold I've got. Come on, game, just give me 2 more black pearls and I'll head off to somewhere else, please. Come on. We'll make a deal. Yeah. Damascus steel. Definitely don't need that anymore. Like, I know I do not need Damascus steel anymore. That was specifically for the full line of weapons. There we are. 2 black pearls. I'll sell... Actually, no. Sell 2. Sell 4. Yeah. Definitely selling all of that. Don't need rusted clumps for anything else. Goat hide, boar meat. Tree branch, berries. Fluorite. There we go.
See?
Look at that, over 1 million again. I don't use the recovery potions at all. Wait, no. I've gathered everything. Yeah. So I was leaving town, I was just selling stuff to get over 1 million gold again because I could. Congrats, you are a millionaire. Yep, second time I've made it. First time I made it was off of stream yesterday while I was grinding and maxing out more of my weapons. So, yep, I've made it. Million gold again. This is why oh yeah, it is. I'd love to see it, but I'm scared of heights. So that's what the final line was. I was right about that diary entry. But no, I would love to just spend this gold on getting the raw items from merchants and that, rather than having to run around like an idiot. Yeah, hoping that these harvest points have what I want. I don't want crabs. I want black pearls. Give me the black pearls. Come on, game. Play ball. Give them to me. I have no idea how black pearls are meant to be used to help Gideon, you know, upgrade my weapons, but I'm not gonna argue with him. He seems very unstable right now. I think the worst part is having to run back to the end, to like the exit of the town, just to reload the area. I'm gonna go fight something real. I'm gonna go fight some of these real quick. I haven't used a one-handed sword in some time, so I'm gonna use Fool's Embrace. I wonder why they made Fool's Embrace look like a hook. There was no need to make her tail a hook. But then again, her tail wasn't technically all that sharp looking compared to her other forms. I wonder if they're the blacksmith shade that makes these armors and weapons. I never actually thought about there being a blacksmith shade. There might be, actually. Alright, just 100,000 XP left now to gather up. We're level 65. So what? We're 35 levels away from the map. No, we're not. Not 35. 30... Well, 34 levels away from the max. Because I don't think max level is 100. I think it's 99. That's usually how it is in RPGs. You usually go up to level 99 and then that's like the hard cap. And then like you need like items and that just to push you over the limit. But most of the time it's like level 99 is the fine, like the very end you can get to. You think over the 5 years that Nier was off training to get stronger to go find Yona, or like brother Nier was off doing that, that all of the shades collectively had to run around these points to gather all this goddamn resources, so when they get back to the blacksmith, like, here, we've got you crabs and starfish and some iron ore. How is this supposed to help us make armor? Just imagine it, like, all the shades had to go out individually and gather all this stuff so that the armor and all that could be made for them. So they had to go out, get black pearls, get giant eggs, get eagle eggs and all of that, just so they can then come back and be like, look, can you please make the stuff that's like, yep, let me just use all this to make your armor. Like, I still don't know how a giant egg is meant to be used to upgrade my Phoenix sword. I get the gold a little bit since there's gold on each of the Phoenix weapons. Oh, another one. I think that's what, 3 now? Raw materials. Oh, yeah, 3. So 2 more and then we can head off. I feel like this. I wonder if anyone's been crazy enough to try and speedrun leveling up every single weapon in the game. In this. I know people speedrun all sorts of different achievements. I wonder if anyone's speedrun like trying to get all the resources to get all of your weapons up to level 4. Actually, that may be the case, because Shadow Lord ran away and hid in the Lost Shrine during those 5 years, right? So that means less Meso and more relapsed shades. And maybe they need some armor because they're afraid of sunlight. I mean, technically the way it works is, as long as the Shadow Lord exists, shades are less likely to relapse. He's more like a stopgap for them. His mere existence just like holds back the fact that they may relapse. But really, I don't know how the Shadow Lord's existence stops other Gestalts from relapsing. Unless it's like some sort of weird like magical link thing, so as long as he remains sentient, the others are able to remain sentient as well. Bit like a I observe the Shadow Lord, therefore I can observe myself sort of thing. Like, by being able to compare myself to others, I can observe my own physical form easier. And of course, being able to, like, see the shadows like, oh yes, I know who I am more now. I can retain my sentience without relapsing. I'm not as at risk of relapsing now. That might be how it works. It could be like Shadow Lord's mere existence, everyone else can better understand themselves as Gestalts, so their sentience remains rather than them losing that sentience and becoming like wild animals. I thought he provides Meso to prevent relapse, but I don't know how or why. I think Meso's the... No, I'm pretty sure Meso's the element that the Queen Beast, or like the Giant, turned into, as well as Angelus after she was killed. Pretty sure Meso was the element that was left behind after the Queen Beast crumples and Angelus is killed. And that was used by them to, well, not the Giant's Meso, but specifically Angelus's element was then used to actually create the grimoires and discover magic. So technically the Meso that she uses, I feel that's still technically Meso, so it could actually be, I mean, it could just be that their mere existence gives off Meso. Like, he could be, like, in the middle of an air, like, he could be in the middle of the desert, and then everything in like a 100-mile radius has Meso supply, so they're able to keep sentient. It could be something like that, like, it could be a really wide area. So as long as he stays in like a very highly populated area, he might give off Meso. But I'm pretty sure, like, most of the Meso is talked about in Nier comes from the Queen Beast and infects people and forces them into the... I saw parts of reading Mum's diary. I tried reading it once, but it... Ah, shit, I didn't get to finish reading that one. I actually want to read that diary entry.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
But no, it's really... That's brought up quite a few questions, honestly. Like, how exactly does the Shadow Lord's existence provide the replicants the ability to not relapse? Yeah, I didn't want that. That was very easy to catch. This is what I wanted. So hard to see these gather points. Yes, there is one over there, I thought so. If I ever got the chance to interview Yoko Taro himself, these are the sorts of questions I would want to ask. Like how exactly does the Shadow Lord's existence, like, stop the other Gestalts from relapsing, and how does his destruction release them all? Like, is he like some sort of limiter? Or is he like, hey, as long as he exists, the others are able to recognize themselves better so that they can maintain their sentience? Or is it like some sort of soul link thing, so as long as he remains sentient, the others can remain sentient because they're linked to him spiritually? Or is it like something else completely, like, I don't know, he gives off Meso that keeps all of them sentient? That and I would really like to ask Yoko Taro, what's the difference between a male and female Yorha unit? And I don't just mean like physically, I mean like honestly what separates them, because since these are androids, they can hop between genders at will. If a Shadow Lord is Jesus and Replicant Nier is Antichrist. That might be it, yeah. It might just be a Christ analogy. That might be it. That might be what this entire thing is all along. It's a Christ analogy.
A bunch of townspeople disappeared along.
But no, no, that's one thing I really want to know about the androids from Nier Automata. Like, what happens if a female android eventually, like, turns into a male android? Are they then removed from their original position and are forced into becoming a scouter unit exclusively? Or is it... Or does it not work like that? Like, that's the one thing that's really hung me up the most. Because when you know a bit more about the Automata lore, you find out the only male Yorha units are scanner models. And you're like, huh. But they're androids. Technically, there isn't really a gender tied to them. And since they have the option to have, like, reproductive systems installed into their artificial bodies, does that not mean they get to choose which one gets installed? And if so, how do you then, like, define a male and female Yorha unit? Other than, like, male Yorha units are stronger than female Yorha units, but are much more unstable. Mentally, physically, emotionally. They're more emotionally unstable. I also want to know what makes them emotionally unstable. And I don't need, like, big, long, like, hour-long lectures about it. Just, like, short, concise stuff. And not something him trying to avoid a question like, oh, they just are. Which I have a strong feeling Yoko Taro would do. I'd ask him a question like, just is. Just is. I'm not allowed to say too much more than that. Just is. I was told to keep my things short. My answers short. But no, if I ever got given the chance to interview Yoko Taro, I'm gonna make sure I write down every single question I want to ask him. Nothing that outright, like, explains, like, big plot details, because I don't care about that. I care about more, like, minute stuff. Like, what is the corporation, and is that the place where the Android Accord was made? That's what I want to know. I want to know simple stuff like that, because you would think so, but it could just be coincidence. Listen to me just rambling now because there's nothing else. Just try and fill dead air as I keep running in and out of this town to try and get black pearls. Oh, I wish I could sell a single black pearl to a shop and then they just have infinite black pearls for me to buy.
Bunch of townspeople.
Similarly to how the fish store here kept expanding its like, you know, the fish she sells, thanks to me completing the missions for the fisherman guy. You know, just some way for me to get the rare items easier once I've already acquired one of it, or maybe, I don't know, a certain amount, like, I don't know, arbitrary number, like, you get 4 of it, you hand 4 into a shop owner, and now they're able to get an infinite number of it. I don't have to keep doing this as much. I don't think I checked the small beach. Probably do that. But just to be sure, yeah, no, there was a point there. I was more focused on the fish store and the raw material store than actually looking for harvest points. Also, on like a truth or not, I could not tell you what it is I like about the story of the Nier universe, as well as the story of the, like, Drakengard universe. I just do. I could not tell you. I'm not one of these people like, oh yes, I can deep dive into the story and it's these things I like about it. Like, no, I just like stories that aren't all happy. I like sad stories sometimes. My favourite sort of stories are those that end bittersweetly. People want either overly happy stories or overly sad stories. Nah, I want my bittersweet endings. That's what I like. I like stories that end with a bittersweet ending. A perfect middle ground. There's another point over there. Because now I'm starting to recognise it easier. But no, I think it's just because, like, a lot of the stuff that happens in Nier is, like, sad or bittersweet, and I am a sucker for those sorts of stories. Mainly because, like, growing up, most of the stories I experienced were always happy, and they always had a happy ending at the end of it. Nothing really too bad happened, and if it did, it was very easily resolved later on in the story. I started with Automata. It wasn't my typical game. The first ending had me in tears, and I adored Emil a lot. Honestly, I played through the entire game and did not shed a single tear. Mainly because I just don't like I can recognize when a story's sad. I'd be like, that's a sad emotional moment, but I don't really have any emotional responses to any of it. Like, I have played through The Last of Us, and I have been completely dead-faced the entire time. That's why I've made my little past-it avatar just have the same expression, because it's literally all the expression I've had through, like, most of the time I play games. I don't show too much of, like, emotional reaction. You're an android, Path, you just don't realise it. Honestly, my hope is to one day get, like, a proper VTuber model, which is a robot body, but I'm just like a little past-it floating in a jar. I'm a little past-it floating in a jar for the torso, and then, like, the rest of it is, like, robot limbs and all of that. And then it'll be like, hey, And then it'll be like, oh, you must be a robot. That's why your voice is so monotone. It's like, no, I am not a robot. I'm a parsnip. I just happen to have a robot body. I just happen to have a robot body, and my voice just happens to be very monotone and not very emotional. Well, that reminds me of Pickle Rick from Rick and Morty. Honestly, that's a slight inspiration for that. Not for me being a parsnip. That came more from the fact that I actually had a PE teacher call me parsnip. Back when I was but a wee lad, but a little child. I had quite like pale skin and that. And also we had two people like the same first name, so I ended up getting called by my second name. And my lecturer thought, hey, your name starts with a P. I'll call you Parsnip. It's like, okay. She was just like, yeah, Parsnip, there you go. And when I was trying to think of like a new online name instead of using the old one I did as a kid because it was kind of bad and cringy, I was going through other things, and during the time I was a Dragon Ball fan, so I was like, let me try and make a Saiyan name by playing on the word like, I don't know, something random. And when I looked up a like random Saiyan name generator, I got like Carotto, which I'm pretty sure is the play on the word carrot. I was like, that's pretty cool. And then I just decided, you know what, I'm gonna be Parsnip, because I remembered my PE teacher. I was like, he called me that quite a bit. I'll use that as an online alias. And thus, Parsnip was born. And then of course, like VTubing was becoming a bigger thing, and I kind of wanted to be a VTuber as well, but one, I didn't really have any artistic skills to make a model, and two, I didn't really have the money either to pay for a model. And I was seeing a lot, and whenever I looked up like these free places to make a model and that, I was like, most of these is just making a human. I don't want to be a human. I want a unique body. I want something a bit more unique that stands out. So I just decided to look up an image of a parsnip, and boom, it is I, Parsnip. I just put it in Photoshop, put eyes on it, put a mouth on it, boom. It really did not take me long at all to make this. I mean, if I know. I was about to say, if I press 2, it should swap over to, like, a happy version I made that doesn't have a mouth, and I haven't actually, like, done work on it yet, because it doesn't actually, because, like I said, it doesn't have a mouth that opens, doesn't have a mouth at all. So, it just basically bounces up and down like this, but no mouth. But no, if you ever feel like, oh no, I could never be a VTuber, you need like a really cool model or something like that, or something that really catches people's eyes. There's me. Technically a PNG tuber, since my entire thing is just, since I've just used PNGs for all of my stuff. And hey, it works. I also then realized I need something for my background, because when I play retro, oh, there we go, finally, the final black pearl I need. Now we can head off. But no, originally, like when I was playing retro games, I had like a different layout that was all retro themed that I found for free, so I used it. And like the little place where I put myself, since I didn't really have a background, it was just black. And I was like, nah, I don't want that. I don't want it to be, I'm just in the void. So I just looked up an image of a garden, and I was like, perfect. I'll use that. I have no idea where this image of garden is from, or who owns the garden. I just saw an image of a garden. I was like, that is what I require, so I shall use it. It was like the best one I found, so I just used it. Oh, that was a little sputter. What happened there? But no, that's the whole story behind why my little avatar to represent myself on streams are past it. I saw a lot of people being humans and that, be like, I'm like, I don't know, I'm this animal, but I have a human body, or I'm this inanimate object, but I have a human body. Because you've got like, because you have a lot of people who are like different animals and that, but they're all like human bodies, and yet they still refer to themselves as the animal. It's like, no. I want to be a actual parsnip. Not just like a parsnip with a human form. No, a real parsnip. I should probably iterate. I have nothing against all of the people who have like, who are like an animal VTuber but use a human form for their model. I have nothing against it. It's just that it's something I saw a lot of, and I wanted to be something a bit more unique, something that stood out a bit more. Hence why I went with a parsnip. Yeah, I realised me explaining like the backstory of why I've got, of like why my model is this, might seem like it comes up as a little bit of like aggressive or spiteful to people who have like humanoid models and that. But no, I do not have anything against them. If they want a humanoid model, so be it, they can have that. I was just more upset that most of like the things to make like VTuber models and all of that was only human shaped. Like, what if I didn't want a human shape at all? Because if everyone's got like a human VTuber model, it gets a little bit harder to stand out. Need something that like catches people's eyes a bit more. Oh, that's what I believe anyway. Anywho, now we can, and that in 60,000 XP. Now we can talk to Popola, head off to Facade, and hand in, or not hand in, start fighting the Flying Shades, hopefully, because I'm hoping they appear now. And we can actually start gathering all the stuff, and we can start trying to farm them to get their drops, then we can, like, finish up what we need to.
Shades on the coast, the ferryman dead. You've had quite the rough trip. That poor ferryman used to tell me stories of the epic quarrels he had with his wife. He found the whole thing quite amusing. He loved her, though. He loved her with all that he was. I'm very sad to hear that he's gone. Still, you made it back safe, and I'm glad for that.
Have you any new information about the key to the Shadow Lord's castle?
I'm still working on the decryption, but I'm afraid progress has stalled. Loyal Cerberus might refer to a dog, but I've never seen anything that would fit the bill.
It must be pretty complicated if even you can't decode it.
I'm surprised that both Vice and, like, Nier both forgot about, Rock. You know, the Shade Wolf. It's like, wow.
You're our last hope, so...
Like, huh.
Please keep trying, okay?
You saw that canine in the desert? Cerberus is a canine, so...
By the way, I was walking by your house earlier and I noticed you had some mail. You might want to check it out.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Oh, one last thing. Since the ferryman was missing work, I arranged for someone else to handle the job. I'll make sure they know to let you use the boat as before.
Gotcha.
Even without those we have lost, the world relentlessly continues to turn.
So now we can get the mail from here, and then we can head off to Facade.
The king is getting married. It does this old book good to see a boy become a man.
Probably not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation from a king. Let's go to Facade.
I could just use the ferry to get there, but I might as well just run. Because I might be able to get a chance to get some gold ore while running through here. Berries, lizard tail. Final. Mushroom. Oh. There we go. Copper ore, not really what I want. Silver ore. I'm not skipping over this stuff now because it could all be different at this point. Like how with the ferryman. Not ferryman, I'm drawing a blank now. I like how with the Little Mermaid questline, that's it. Finally figured out what it is I was talking about. The Little Mermaid questline. Alright, so walls are still appearing. Isn't really what I want. I want shades. It might be after I defeat the wolves here. I'll get a bunch of shades again.
Should it?
They normally live in forests, yes. Deserts would seem to hold little sustenance for them.
Well, I can certainly guess what they've been eating.
I'll gather this stuff because things like wolf hide and that goes for a fair bit. That, and also it's probably a good idea to gather some wolf stuff because I don't know if I'm going to need it for a weapon. If I do need it for a weapon, once I defeat the wolves here, I won't be able to have another chance of getting them again unless I, you know, go through the game a 4th time.
It appeared.
I should probably go into the sandstorm and hunt for some more wolves in that. Because I also saw a harvest point here, so I might be able to get something good from that. Where was it? There it is. Copper ore. I wouldn't worry as much about having to get all these wolf parts, but the thing is the teeth I can't really reobtain. And I know I don't really have any wolf teeth. Well, it's a good idea to gather what I can. Oh, fang. Bang, good. I remember before I'd be hampering for things like wolf hide, but now I just want a bunch of wolf fangs. Actually, what I probably should be doing is looking up to see if I actually need wolf fangs for anything. Hold on. That's probably the smarter thing to do. Look up to see if I actually need any of it. Oh, that's not it. Where is it? Here it are. There's a wolf. Doesn't seem like there's actually anything for them. Like there were, like I looked and there was absolutely nothing that actually appeared on. Like they don't actually have an entry on the Nier wiki, so they're probably not used for anything, even though they're considered raw materials. But because you would assume the Nier wiki would have all the information you'd need. Hello there, Arashi. Welcome. Ah, alright. Well, I appreciate you coming along and giving me a look. You can watch me try and beat up a bunch of wolves for materials. Oh! Eliminate. Out of my way! How many of these things do I have to kill before I can freely half fist? Ow. 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 Eyeballs. Don't let Peter find out about this. They'll be upset with the amount of wolves I've killed. They're gonna be very upset. Don't let Peter know, please. Ugh. Okay. I think that's all of them. I didn't even get to harvest that many wolves. There was just that many coming at me. I mean, we got a fair bit of XP from it, but that's not what I wanted. I wanted to take out the wolves. I wanted their resources. What did I get? Raw materials. Liver, starfish, black pearls, 5 of it. Oh my god, I've got 5 forlorn necklaces. Broken earrings, 2 of them. Broken stuff, where's the wolf? Here we are. Yeah, I have 25 wolf fangs. I'll sell all the wolf hides, because the thing is that I don't really need wolf hides. Do you like flowers?
Sure, I guess. Why?
I love flowers, but there are so few out here in the desert. I'm dreaming to find some flower seeds that can turn this desert into a beautiful garden. I'm trying to collect pink moonflower seeds. It would be great if I could get 10 of them.
If I can track them down, they're all yours.
Really? Oh, thank you. You don't have to wait too long because I've already got a lot of them already. Why did I come here? What am I trying to sell? Oh yeah, wolf hide. Hide. Boar meat. Sap. Mushroom. Log. Oil fern. Berries. Salmon fish. Rid of that. Jump. I've never taken like that little sand boat thing this entire time. I took it maybe once or twice, maybe 3 times to get around the city, but now I just like run all the way around the side of it. So much easier. Oh, you came. It's been so long.
We hear your days of bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
Oh yes, how rude of me. Here she is, Thera. How nice to see you again.
Hold on. Thera?
That's right.
You have grown into a fine example of womanhood. I'm sure you will make a splendid queen.
Kaine's gonna want to see this.
I'm truly glad to see you all. Did you know that my bride threatened to boycott the ceremony if you did not come? Ah, you must be Emil.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Your Royalness. Congratulations on your wedding.
Thank you.
I'm sorry Kaine's not here, but...
Let me guess, she's outside, right? Oh, nonsense! She knows she's welcome here. She's welcome here. And now, I insist that you stay with me tonight as honoured guests of the royal family.
Of course. How could we refuse?
I mean, yes, how could we refuse? He seems very rude. I would get in a lot of trouble. Hey, the youngins are under attack. Oh. Yes, make us feel bad for killing the wolves. The night before the wedding, even so it's still like light out and it's like the middle of the day.
To think they even have rules governing the timing and water temperature of a bath.
What's it to you? You don't even take baths. Kaine?
What is the matter?
I don't like this. Weddings are festive occasions, you know? Should I even be here?
We were invited here by the king, remember?
Sure. But what about everybody else?
This city isn't like our villages. It's all about the rules here. And since there isn't a specific rule about you, I honestly think they won't give a crap.
Yeah, maybe.
Will you at least procure a new set of lingerie for the festivities? Some spring colors, perhaps?
Keep talking, Book. Let's see how smug you are when I toss you on a campfire.
What's up?
Just having trouble getting to sleep.
Something bothering you?
No. The
the opposite, in fact. I'm just so excited about the wedding that I can't settle down. I bet it's gonna have streamers and dancing and bears on unicycles and everything.
I'm surprised none of them question like, what's a unicycle? What's a bear? I mean, Nier might know what a bear is, thanks to all the books in the library. Maybe a unicycle? I'm not too sure about that one.
I'm sorta jealous. I wish I was Fira.
You'll find a nice bride someday, Emil.
Huh? Oh, right. Bride.
I still can't believe I didn't notice how Emil said that he's jealous of Fira.
You must be tired indeed if you misunderstood that simple social nicety.
Yeah, that's not exactly it.
I'm gonna be honest, I do like how they translated that section right there. The harvest was weakened this year, and my people are beginning to go hungry. Also, a quarter of the wolves have taken a turn for the worse. The duties of a king are overwhelming. In truth, I feel somewhat guilty about holding a festival to celebrate my wedding.
Everyone needs to blow off steam and celebrate once in a while.
Indeed, your people have earned a moment of rest and respite.
I guess that's true.
Plus, you want to make Fira happy, right? Anyway, life is better when you have someone to fight for.
Huh. That's not written in the rules. Well, perhaps it should be. Yeah, it's night time. Why is the sun still out? There is no day and night now. Earth's axis moved. Earth spins differently. One half of it is perpetually in sunlight, the other in perpetual darkness. Kingdom of day, kingdom of night. Be strong, young one. Fight! I wonder if, oh no, it seems like Shade does still have, I mean, Rock still has, like, parts of his body that doesn't fully form. So I guess it is only Shades that are, like, made up of multiple ones, except Hook. Unless Hook is made up of multiple shades. Yep, rip all the doggos. They've all been killed. What have we done to earn such wrath? You are right, my brothers. We move tonight. The humans will pay for what they have done.
Aw, weddings are the best. There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy. It's just great. I'm kind of jealous. Aren't you jealous, Kaine?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
Thus, in front of these beloved guests, and per Rule 904, I hereby request that you seal your union with a kiss. This sort of thing is always hard for me. The wolves are coming! Run! work, bane of most people. It is. And now Fear is being attacked by wolves. He dies!
That wolf is a shade.
You razed our forest and poisoned our stream, and now you slaughter our young. I will abide your existence no longer, mankind. You will atone for your sins with blood. There we are. Beat up the wolf enough. Now we've got to run.
Fear! Fear!
I don't like doing the voice for this part. It's too emotional for my monotone voice.
I would rethink this course of action, King. Ahead lies a battle you cannot win.
You can't talk him out of this. He will kill those wolves if it's the last thing he does. And if it's the last thing I do.
The king's grief is strong. I doubt he will stand down at this point.
Yeah, I'm guessing he'll run off to take on the wolves any time now.
Will we let him go by himself?
Of course not. Hell, I hate the wolves too.
Then we must prepare for the fight. It will not be an easy one.
I know.
We don't need to prepare. I already have the best weapon in the game. Literally the one on my back. Fully maxed out. I'm ready. I'm a little upset that there wasn't a extra Angelus weapon based off of her Chaos form. Because technically you do beat the Queen Beast in Drakengard with Angelus in her Chaos form.
Are you ready for battle?
Which is her fourth and final form she gets in the game. Yes.
Yeah. Time to avenge Fira.
Fira is not the only victim here. These damnable wolves continue to claim the lives of many people. I will not allow them to suffer anymore. As their king, I must take a stand. And if the rules say I can't, then damn the rules.
Madness. The wolves who attacked were only a fraction of the pack. How will you fight them all?
I will not be defeated. How will you fight them all? I will not be defeated.
Then count us in.
That is too much for me to ask.
I'm not doing it for you, dumbass. It's for Fira.
Kaine, you can't speak to a king like that.
Yeah, you can't call a king a dumbass, even if he is acting like a dumbass.
If this is indeed the plan, then let us make haste. We can ill afford another tragedy.
I mean, then again, they do owe Kaine a great debt, so technically she could get away with calling the king a dumbass and get no negative repercussions. Thank you, my friends. Where are you going, my liege? Strike down the walls. The city is yours. My liege, that is a violation of multiple rules. Did those rules keep Fira from dying? No, my lord. What did Fira ever do? She was so close to knowing happiness, and then she had it snatched away from her. Yes, my lord. Was it Fira's fault that she was so frail? No, my lord. Then get out of my way! I cannot, my lord. You are behaving like a fool. Clearly, you are still young. How dare you? Yeah, how dare he? He went around and got the blessing of every single citizen to go to war against the wolves. Is this all that remain? The humans will be upon us shortly. We make our escape. We can make our escape if we move now. I hear you, my brothers, and I share your desire to die with honor. Your resolve is strong, and your pack thanks you. For the lives of our comrades, for the pride of our pack, death to the invaders! The final war between the people of the mask and the wolves. This is their den. I'm sorry to ask so much of you.
Forget it. It's for Fira.
Let's move.
There he is. That's the shade we're after. Now, what do we have? Magic capsule.
The wolves appear to be targeting the king.
Come on, fire bullets. Faster. Faster.
Seeks the king of facade.
Nope.
Such dogged, unwavering defiance. Why do these beasts hold so much rage? The smaller wolves are not infected with shades. But as for the leader,
If even one shade is here, then I have to kill all of them.
Oh. Come on.
above you, stay on your guard.
Got it. Oh. I've like defeated Rook fast enough to get that achievement because it seems like there's an achievement for beating all of the shades as quickly as possible, or beating all the bosses in a certain amount of time. That's why I just mashed Dark Blast the entire time. What have we done to deserve such a fate?
You must endure. Go, live, and think of me again. Thank you for being my friend.
Obtained a fragment. Obtain the loyal Cerberus key fragment. He was placed into indentured servitude at a young age and forbidden to speak. In that harsh environment, with no family, she toiled day after day. And just as her future was looking bright,
I believe that young Fira was perfectly content with the life she had.
she was?
Of course. Does this not sound like what she would say to you? She was terribly proud of her king, and now you must do all you can to honor her memory.
I will do my best. I swear it. I'm sorry. I need to be alone right now. King isn't allowed to shed tears in front of others.
Is that another infernal rule?
People of the mask live and die by our rules. Sometimes we even break them. Isn't that right, Fira?
The poor king.
This is all the Shade's fault.
This is the last of them.
Now we can find the Shadow Lord. And Yona.
We certainly can.
Hold on, Yona. I'm almost there.
And now we have entered the point where I could finish everything up. I could finish the story now and get the last two endings, but we still have one more side mission left to complete. And we still have words to collect. And last but not least, we do still have...
We should return to Popola and see if she has any final words for us.
Weapons to upgrade. We have weapons to finish upgrading. We have one final mission to hand in. And we've got the rest of the words to collect. Alright, back into the desert, because hopefully now the new flying shade enemies have appeared, because I need to fight them.
It's hard to believe there are plants that can grow in this desert.
Go with full accord.
Work.
How do you mean?
I mean, if plants could grow here, it would be full of them. God, books can be so stupid sometimes.
Have you ever planted anything before, Kaine?
Nope.
Well, then you don't know. You gotta try things out for yourself.
Indeed. Experimentation can often be the key to new knowledge.
You guys sure are a bunch of optimists.
Alright, so I just gotta... Ah, here it is. Nope. Alright, come on. Gotcha. And you didn't drop anything. Damn it. Nope. I need to check all of these. Ow. Off, I sold all my antidotal weed. So I'm stuck being poisoned now. Ugh. Now all there is to do is just to keep running around here and hope I find the rest. Hopes I find more of these. Wanted. I've just got to keep I've got to keep hunting those flying shades now until I get enough of the items I need. Then once I've got enough of them, it's just running around and get my hands on pyrite. That's all it is at that point now, just pyrite, the stuff from those giant shades, and trying to also get the rest of the black pearls I need. I am so close to completing everything else I need to do. Just my biggest problem is going to be the words. And I have 30 of them. No. No. Don't want anything else. I know I'm gonna get what, 5 seeds from that one pink flower. So basically I'll just have to like plant all 5 of them and then just wait 2 days and then boom, we've got more than enough. How much am I leveling up? 3,000. 3,006 XP. Copper. There's the giant. There's the flying shade. No. Shame I have to run around and find them like that. Gonna charge this up to max. Or maybe not. Good enough. Desert Rose. Oh, that was just a meal showing up. You didn't drop anything. Damn it! Oh, I have to keep leaving and re-entering because those are the only 2 that I know appear here. Yeah, off of stream, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use up, I'm just going to try and get the rest of the black pearls I need and get everything I need from those flying ones. And then try and get as much pyrite as I can get my hands on from the 3rd door in the diary. So just mindlessly grinding, yay! Favorite. I mean, granted, I can also like level myself up by doing this as well. Of course, it's a goddamn health thing. Maybe I should check the big sandstorm over there, see if there's like any of them in there. Magic capsule. Oh, stuff again! I don't want the healing items. Maybe if I use something that doesn't give me the chance of having, maybe if I use the item that doesn't give me a chance of, items dropping, that might be more likely. Because I was running around a lot with that one weapon. Actually, no. Oh yeah, item drop rate. Oh, there are. That's gonna hit me and do damage, but I don't care. Ow. Goddamn health. So it seems like they do spawn here. It's going to be hard to find them because I can't see very far. And of course they don't really show up on the map. Not until I'm like directly on top of them. I mean, they do also spawn in the shrine, but that's only like on the outside, and it's hard to get them to like land like all on the like area I can be on, so I can actually collect the resources they drop. Got him. Oh, those are just a bunch of scorpions. We're all poisoned by them. I'm no longer poisoned. Ow! Fuck you, game. I was like, yeah, no, I'm no longer poisoned. Poisoned again. I wonder if I can re-enter the wolf's den, see what I can find there. Are those shades or are those wolves? Those are wolves. So there are still wolves around. It's just they're only in this one little area. The wolves are still here. They're just in this one little area. And Emil, you don't have to shoot magic. I've already killed them all. Oh wow, hi Kaine. Thanks for finally catching up with us. You see, Emil can keep up with me. What's your excuse? Oh, you've got to run on foot? Yeah, so does the main character. The thing is, you can also, like, jump really high and do all sorts of, like, really amazing, skillful things, but main character? No. No. The only way he's been able to keep up with you is by using the, what is it? Dark Phantasm, and using his doppelganger to be able to keep up with you. I wonder if there's anything in here I can access. Oh, I can still enter, okay. I don't see why I'm allowed to enter this area then. There's nothing here. Probably just did it for the sake of it. I was like, oh yeah, just let them walk around in there again. Not like it matters. Nothing in there of worth. I mean, technically that also reloaded this area, so I can actually fight those flying shades again. So technically that was useful. But not because of anything like more important. That's the gather point right in front of me. Dead. Where was it? Where's that flying shade? Where was the flying mage shade? I don't know. It's near the point of like when I came in. Oh well. I'm sure I'll come across one eventually. Yeah, I did put this as item drop. Good. And then we'll go with... I don't know if I'll be able to actually beat it in 30 seconds. I mean, if it's willing to just get stunned like that, then yeah, I'm definitely going to be able to beat it. overall. I just remember I also need like a bunch of eggs as well from the diary. But technically there is a lot I can, well, technically there is still a lot I need to do there. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like grind up my levels enough so that I can get through it very easily. Metal piercing! They're rare drops, metal piercing. Bracelets are probably a regular drop from them. But the metal piercings, they are rare. Actually, I'm gonna go back to Two Brothers weaponry real quick. We'll use the canal. Might as well try and upgrade what weapons I can. If I actually have like all the resources to upgrade them. I start off with the Phoenix Spear, if I actually have everything for the Phoenix Spear.
Can't take the... hate to say it.
Oh, wait, what?
Can't take the boat out right now because the canal's apparently crawling with shades. Hate to say it, but I'm afraid you're gonna have to walk.
No. Gotta walk there. I mean, since I have to walk there, I might as well talk to Devler and Popola. Possible brought home a fish they. He said it was really tough to catch, and I believe him. It flopped all of... I didn't get to finish reading that. Game, let me finish reading! There we are. I remember when this ball would instantly kill me at the start of the game, and now I'm strong enough to take it out with no trouble at all. Ah, good times. Oh, okay.
What is it?
So, we can finally save Yona now, huh?
It would appear that way. What is it, lad? You've quite the pensive look on your face.
Listen, I need your advice. It's about Kaine and Emil. This upcoming fight with the Shadow Lord is gonna be rough. And while I'd do anything for Yona, I'm not sure it's fair to drag the two of them into this.
Are you truly worried about such a thing now? After all our merry little band has been through?
Hey, the fuck's this hot garbage you've been spewing?
Someone's been eavesdropping, eh?
Kaine, Emil, look, I just...
Wanted to leave us behind? Why, so we'd be safe? Fuck that.
Kaine's right. You accepted me. You told me we'd be together no matter what happens. Now it's time for us to return the favor.
Don't make me start talking about loyalty and debts and all that. You know I hate mushy shit.
But...
If it makes you feel better, we're not doing it for free. After we rescue Yona, we're totally gonna call in a favor of our own. We're going on a journey to cure Kaine's possession and restore my body. It's gonna be tons of fun. Just think of all the delicious local foods we can try along the way.
I'm gonna eat way more than my fair share. So you better get ready to pony up.
Don't worry, we've got more than enough money.
Thanks, you two. We're gonna rescue Yona. I swear it.
I have over 1 million gold. We are fine on cash. Do not worry, Kaine. shit. No, I'm not. I only have 998,000. I'm close to 1 million.
I marvel at how relatively simple a task this retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
You're
Can't wait
overthinking
for
it,
that.
Vice.
Can't wait to harvest that.
I don't care if it's a trap. Yona's waiting for me and I'm going.
I see.
Level 66, okay. Oh yeah, no, I leveled up while I was fighting the Shades, trying to gather materials.
I can't stand the thought of young people being killed.
This is the first time in a while I've written in my diary. I'm reading my older entries and I couldn't help myself. There we go. Read it. I read it all. Me in. I wonder what's down there in the basement of the library.
You're really gonna do it? The whole village is buzzing, you know. They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
Yeah?
Nothing. Never mind. Popola just loves to worry. Anyway, you be careful. Yes, do be careful.
Thanks.
Here we go. Now it's just mindless grinding and gathering materials to finish everything else I need. And also working my way up to max level as well. Can't forget about that.
Welp, now they can finally enter the Shadow Lord's castle. Yes, but we can't relax just yet. If he kills the Shadow Lord, the entire plan will collapse. We'll need to restrain him before that can happen. Come on, you really think he'll listen to us? Maybe. It's just... I don't know. Lately, I've been thinking a lot about all the time we used to spend with him. Devila! I know. We can't afford that kind of thing. I get it. But I know you feel it too. Even if I did, we have no choice. We were designed to do this. It's funny, I'm even concerned about this. I mean, it's not like he has a soul.
Yeah, it's not like he has a soul. Not like we have a soul or anything. Oh, that's a lot of loading. Alright, so there's nothing in the Northern Plains for me to gather now. I'm quite literally done with all of that. So we're going to head off to Two Brothers Weaponry. We're going to see what stuff they've got here. We're going to upgrade what we can, and then I'm going to go to the Forest of Mist, and we're going to enter the Vision of Tokyo. I think that's what they call that area, the Vision of Tokyo. Even if it's not, that's where we're heading. Because I am just going to mindlessly be grinding there for the rest of today's stream until I get like a higher level. Well, trying to get as high level as I can. Because this is the third and final time I'll be able to play through the game. We'll run up here, save the game, just in case anything happens. I don't have to run all the way back up here again. Open this door. Have a nice little walk in.
What can I help you with?
Rank from weapons, so we can do that. And that's it. Okay. So I now need one piece of pyrite for it. Subdue bracer, I get that from the flying enemy. Metal piercing flying enemy. Phoenix staff. Gold ore, that's what I'm missing. Gold ore. I need amber for that. That I can get from... That amber I can get easily. Subdue bracelet. Giant egg that I can get from the same place I'd get the gold and the pyrite. Yeah, it seems like... Apart from like running through the abandoned facility to... Oh yeah, apart from like having to run through the abandoned facility to get a bunch of amber, because my god, I have a high chance of getting amber from this place. Higher than I like to admit. We'll go with Fool's Embrace. Saves me having to swap back to the item drop rate word for the sword. For Fool's Lament. I may as well just equip Fool's Embrace and use that. It's not like Fool's Embrace isn't a good weapon. I just like the higher damage from Fool's Lament. Same with Fool's Accord. Actually, I'll probably use Fool's Accord. Actually has more damage. That, and also against these things, I can actually outrange them. If they do get their attack off, I'll be able to at least kill them. But of course, now that I don't have any amber, because I sold it all, now I need amber. I knew it was going to happen, and yet I still sold all the amber, like an idiot. Instead of researching whether or not I need amber, I decided, you know what? Just sell it all. I swear, I never listened to myself. I'm like, oh yeah, no, probably be a bad idea to sell this stuff. I mean, it could be bad I sell this stuff. I may need it. Sells it anyway. Now I need it. Damn. Now I got a piece of Damascus steel. Amber. Amber. Never mind. I got a load of amber here anyway. I am not punished. Now I remember why I sold all the amber, because I get so much of it here. They're dead. I'm not even trying to dodge attacks now because I have that much health and that much defense that I don't even need to worry about it anymore. Alright, let's re-equip that. Once I'm through the like box area, I can just re-equip this and just start getting bonus XP from fighting these things. There we are, I've got a memory alloy. If I don't need it anymore. Actually, I'm probably going to need to use that because I am... they did a fair bit of damage to me there. board. Go back to fulfillment. Alright, now I can run through here. Use the elevator, we'll head up, and then come back down here. Like, no, I don't need to, because I just needed a bunch of amber, and I got a bunch of amber. Yeah, I got all the amber I need. Like, what am I doing saying, oh, I need to come back down here? I don't. I got the amber I needed. I don't need any more. All I really need is a bunch of XP to reach max level. And then also get all the, like, rare item drops I need from the, third door in the diary. And then also get the rest of the items dropped by those flying mages in the desert. Save up. Always important to save.
What can I help you with?
Strengthen. Hurry up, Phoenix Dagger maxed out. I need one piece of pyrite to max that out. One piece of pyrite to max that out, so I need 2 pieces of pyrite altogether. That actually needs Forlorn Necklace, I've got enough of that. 3 pieces of pyrite. 4 pieces of pyrite. 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of pyrite. Yeah, altogether I need 7 pieces of pyrite.
Come.
So goddamn much. Right, if I want to get that pyrite quickly and effectively, it's a good idea to first focus on raising my level to the max, so then I can get through the first 2 battle encounters much quicker in the diary, so then I can get to the third part of the third door, where I gather my items, let myself purposely lose there, get knocked out, head back in, redo that fight. That is much more effective than having to constantly keep... That's the most effective way to get through everything. Saves me having to keep going through... Well, go through the whole thing again. Just so I can get to the ending and then re-enter. I may as well just beat up to where I need to be. Once I've run out of boxes to open, leave, then get beaten, re-enter, rinse and repeat. That's probably the most efficient way for me to get everything I need. But I have to repeat it a bunch of times, so I do get a lot of rusted clumps or iron clumps from it, which is not what I'm after. And even with this max, even with Fool's Lament, the strongest weapon I have, it still takes quite a bit to take out even the, like, child-sized shades. I need to be as efficient as possible with leveling up. I can't get any higher than 30%. I can't get any higher than 30%. I have the most amount of damage I can have on a weapon, plus the most amount of magic power I can have from a weapon. The only other things that match it are weapons that are also maxed out, but that's only in magic power, not physical power.
Sure.
Let's...
Another thing I need to also aim for is getting items for or getting shades I can easily beat or very quickly beat. So these ones with these shields, they're fine, but ones with armor do take a bit more to take out. Which is probably why most grinding places say to go to the weapons facility, because there's a lot of child-sized ones there without any armor on, so they're much quicker to take out. Dark Whirlwind. Use these to just get a little bit of extra damage on all of the enemies. Start recharging up. Alright, end that quickly because these are all immune to magic. Another good thing I should probably do is use capsules here. Double my magic power for a whole minute. Hold on. Okay, I was about to say, what? Am I maxed out broken swords? Right, now I'm finding this thing. Even being at level 66, this is still taking a beating. $84,000 XP left.
I think...
Just to be sure, I do have XP.
Sure.
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is for tomorrow's stream, I'm actually gonna be looking at playing something else other than Nier Replicant, because it is because honestly for the rest of the streams it's just gonna be me waiting for the flowers to grow and then die off so I can get more seeds from them. And then also it's just gonna be me mindlessly running around killing things to try and level up. So, what could I play in the meantime? It'll have to be something short, something that, like, not really story important. I can just drop and then go back to, Replicant when I'm finally ready to go after the final boss. I just wish I knew about the making the flowers sooner. Or how to make the flowers sooner. But then I could have started on that early, and that could have been done by the time we finally got around to it. Oh my god. $60,000. Yeah, take quite a few of these. Just to see 58,000. That's what I'm at right now. $55,000. Oh, not too much. So yeah, weapons facility underneath Emil's mansion might actually be the best place to grind rather than there.
I cannot.
Oh, I know it's like 4 minutes early, but I'll probably be calling it there for today's stream. Thank you all for coming and watching, and I'll think about what to play tomorrow. You know, in between trying to finish wrapping up what I can for Nier Replicant, like get all the weapons maxed out and that, get all those items and that, because I don't think it's going to be too entertaining watching me go through all of that. I mean, that's unless people want to. You know what? In the announcements for my Discord server, I'm going to put up a little like poll thing in there for whether or not people want to actually sit down and listen to me ramble while I'm grinding out the rest of the stuff in Nier Replicant, or if they want to watch me play something else. So yeah, that'll be going up right after this stream, so keep an eye out for that. I'll be pinging everyone for it. What else is there? I think that's everything. So yep, that's going to be everything. Thank you all for coming and watching, and I look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. Till then, remember to stay safe and stay healthy, and that's everything from me. Bye for now.